Hello, whispered ones. Tonight, let me take you on a journey back to a time where the streets of ancient Greece were alive with the footsteps of philosophers, where the sound of their debates echoed through the halls of Athens, and where a young man named Aristotle was quietly observing it all, his mind filled with questions about the world, about life, and about truth itself. Aristotle wasn't like the others. You see, while many philosophers before him had focused their gaze on the heavens, on ideas too abstract to touch, Aristotle's eyes were drawn to the earth. He was captivated by the tangible, by the things he could see, touch, and observe. For him, truth wasn't something far away in a world of pure ideas, but something right here, woven into the fabric of the everyday world. And so, while others pondered the nature of existence, Aristotle asked a different question: how does the world truly work? Imagine him walking the streets of Athens, his mind alive with curiosity, watching the birds in the sky, the people passing by, the changing seasons, and the movements of the stars above. To Aristotle, the world was a grand puzzle, and he was determined to piece it together. His was a mind that saw patterns, connections, and explanations. Where others saw mystery, he saw opportunity to learn, to understand. But Aristotle's journey didn't start alone. He was a student in one of the most remarkable schools the world had ever known, the Academy of Plato. Plato, the master of the abstract, believed that the world we see was only a shadow of a deeper, truer reality. For years, Aristotle followed in his footsteps, learning the ways of his teacher. Yet, there was always something pulling him in a different direction. He wanted more than the abstract. He wanted to explore the world through observation, through experience. And soon, Aristotle's path would diverge from that of his great mentor, leading him to become one of the most influential philosophers the world has ever known. Aristotle's brilliance lay in his ability to blend the abstract with the practical, the theoretical with the observable. He didn't just ask why, he asked how. How does the human heart beat? How do the stars move in the heavens? How does one live a good life? These questions, so simple yet so profound, would form the backbone of Aristotle's philosophy, and his answers would shape Western thought for millennia to come. As we dive deeper into his life and ideas, we'll discover a mind that touched every corner of knowledge, ethics, politics, biology, physics, and metaphysics. His reach was vast, and his curiosity boundless. Aristotle's philosophy wasn't just about understanding the world, it was about understanding how everything fits together, how every piece of the puzzle, no matter how small, plays a part in the grand design of life. Tonight, whispered ones, we embark on a journey through the mind of a philosopher whose questions still echo through the halls of history, whose ideas continue to shape the world we live in. Aristotle didn't just change philosophy, he changed how we think about everything. And it all started with a simple question: how does it all work? As the whispers of time carry us further into the life of Aristotle, we find ourselves in the hallowed halls of Plato's Academy. Imagine it, sunlight filtering through ancient columns, the hum of philosophical debate filling the air, and in the midst of it all, young Aristotle, his keen eyes absorbing every word spoken by his great mentor, Plato. It was here, in this cradle of thought, that Aristotle's journey as a philosopher truly began. Aristotle was just 17 when he arrived at the Academy, a place where ideas danced like flames, igniting the minds of all who dared to enter. Plato, the towering figure of his time, was already a legendary thinker, and his students hung on his every word, eager to unravel the mysteries of existence. Plato's teachings focused on the realm of the forms, a world of perfect ideas that existed beyond the physical, a place where everything was pure and unchanging. For many, this was a revelation, a doorway to understanding the deeper truths of life. But for Aristotle, something didn't sit quite right. He admired his teacher greatly. Plato was a giant in the world of philosophy, after all, but deep down, Aristotle felt a pull in a different direction. While Plato's eyes were always on the heavens, Aristotle's were firmly planted on the earth. He couldn't help but wonder, what about the world we live in? Wasn't there truth to be found in the things we could see, touch, and experience? For nearly 20 years, Aristotle studied under Plato, and in that time, he absorbed the wisdom of his teacher. He learned the art of dialectic, the power of asking the right questions, and the beauty of logic. Yet, as the years passed, it became clear that Aristotle's mind was a different kind of flame, one that would burn in its own unique way. Plato once said, "The ideal is in the mind, the real is in the world of shadows." But Aristotle, ever the keen observer, thought otherwise. He began to question the very foundation of Plato's teachings. He asked, what if the real truth was right here, in front of us? What if the answers we seek are hidden not in some distant, perfect realm, but in the very world we inhabit? These questions would spark a philosophical revolution. Though he respected his teacher, Aristotle's mind began to diverge from the path laid before him. He believed that knowledge wasn't something to be found in a world beyond this one, but something we could discover by studying the world as it is. Aristotle wanted to understand nature, the body, the stars, politics, and ethics, not as abstract ideas, but as living realities. He believed that the essence of things was not separate from their physical form, but intertwined with it. Imagine Aristotle walking through the groves of the academy, watching the birds fly above, the trees sway in the wind, and the people around him engage in their daily lives. To him, these were not just fleeting moments, they were the keys to unlocking the mysteries of existence. Where Plato saw truth in the unchanging, Aristotle saw truth in the changing, in the ebb and flow of life itself. By the time Aristotle left the academy, he was no longer simply a student of Plato, he was a philosopher in his own right, ready to embark on a journey that would lead him far beyond the walls of Athens. He would carry with him the wisdom of his teacher, but he would also forge a new path, one that embraced the world of the senses, the world of experience. Aristotle once said, "Plato is dear to me, but dearer still is truth." It was a statement of both respect and independence, a sign that the time had come for Aristotle to follow his own star, to question everything, and to seek answers in the world that lay before him. And so, whispered ones, as we continue this journey into Aristotle's life, we see a man who learned from one of the greatest philosophers of all time, but who was never afraid to question, to challenge, and ultimately, to build a philosophy all his own. And so, whispered ones, Aristotle left the academy not as a follower of his great teacher, Plato, but as a thinker whose own ideas would carve a new path. As the sun set over the ancient city of Athens, the first light of a new philosophical dawn began to shine. Little did Aristotle know that the seeds he planted in his mind would one day grow into a towering tree, whose branches would reach through time, touching every corner of human knowledge. But what made Aristotle's philosophy so unique? Why do his ideas, born in the dusty streets of ancient Greece, still resonate with us today? The answer lies in Aristotle's approach to the world, a blend of curiosity, observation, and an unyielding desire to understand life not just in the abstract, but in all its messy, beautiful complexity. Where Plato saw the world as a shadow of perfect forms, Aristotle saw a living, breathing organism. To him, the universe wasn't something to be escaped from, but something to be explored, cherished, and understood. He believed that every part of life, from the smallest leaf to the vastness of the cosmos, had something to teach us if we only took the time to observe. And observe he did. Aristotle's curiosity knew no limits. He wanted to know everything. He didn't limit himself to just one field of thought. No, Aristotle dived into all aspects of knowledge, studying nature, politics, ethics, and even art. He was a philosopher, a scientist, a logician, and a teacher, all rolled into one. He understood that life was interconnected, that understanding one part of the world could unlock the mysteries of another. Think of Aristotle walking through the lush gardens of his Lyceum, his students following closely behind. He would stop and point to a plant, or an animal, or a star in the sky, and ask, why? Why does it move this way? Why does it grow like that? For Aristotle, every single thing had a purpose, and it was this purpose, what he called the final cause, that he sought to uncover. He didn't believe that things happened by chance. To him, there was always a reason, always a deeper truth waiting to be discovered. This idea that everything has a purpose was central to Aristotle's philosophy. It's known as teleology, the study of the purpose behind things. Aristotle believed that to truly understand anything, whether it's a human being, a tree, or a star, you had to understand its purpose. For example, just as the purpose of a seed is to grow into a tree, the purpose of a human being, according to Aristotle, is to achieve eudaimonia, a life of flourishing, happiness, and virtue. Aristotle's approach was grounded in the idea that knowledge comes from experience. Unlike Plato, who believed that true knowledge existed in a separate, ideal world, Aristotle argued that knowledge comes from observing the world around us. This is what makes his philosophy feel so real, so connected to the way we experience life. Aristotle believed in empiricism, the idea that knowledge is gained through the senses, through seeing, hearing, and touching the world. And this is where Aristotle's philosophy has left its most profound mark on Western thought. His belief in observation, in the need to gather evidence, would go on to lay the foundations for modern science. In many ways, Aristotle was the first true scientist. He studied plants, animals, the human body, and the heavens with a meticulous eye for detail. He categorized and classified, always seeking to find order in the chaos of the natural world. But Aristotle's legacy doesn't stop with science. His work on ethics has shaped how we think about what it means to live a good life. His famous concept of the golden mean teaches us that virtue lies in balance. For Aristotle, a good life was one lived in moderation, where we find the middle path between excess and deficiency. Courage, for example, is a virtue, but only when it lies between recklessness and cowardice. This idea that the key to happiness is balance still influences how we think about morality and ethics today. And then there is Aristotle's impact on politics. In his work Politics, Aristotle analyzed different forms of government, studying their strengths and weaknesses. He was a firm believer in the idea that humans are, by nature, political animals. To Aristotle, the city-state was the highest form of human community, and he argued that politics was not just about power, but about creating the conditions for human flourishing. His thoughts on democracy, justice, and governance have shaped political philosophy for centuries. As the centuries passed, Aristotle's ideas spread far and wide. In the Middle Ages, scholars like Thomas Aquinas rediscovered Aristotle's works, blending his ideas with Christian theology, and his influence grew even stronger. During the Renaissance, his writings on science and nature sparked new discoveries, helping to fuel the scientific revolution. But what is it that truly makes Aristotle's philosophy timeless? It's not just his curiosity, nor his boundless intellect. It's the fact that Aristotle sought to understand life in all its forms, from the smallest details to the grandest questions of existence. He taught us that the world is not something to escape from, but something to embrace, to study, and to appreciate. His philosophy invites us to look closer, to ask questions, and to seek out the deeper truths hidden in the everyday. And so, whispered ones, as we move forward in our journey through the life and ideas of Aristotle, remember this: Aristotle didn't just seek knowledge for the sake of knowing. He sought knowledge because he believed that through understanding the world, we could better understand ourselves. And that, perhaps, is his greatest gift to us all. Let us drift even further back, whispered ones, to a time long before Aristotle became the philosopher we know today. Imagine the soft hum of the Aegean Sea, the rhythmic crash of waves against rocky shores, and the distant call of seabirds circling over the horizon. It is here, in the small coastal city of Stagira, that our story truly begins. In the year 384 BCE, under the gentle watch of the looming Mount Athos, a child was born, one whose name would echo through the halls of history, shaping the minds of scholars and philosophers for millennia to come. Aristotle's birth wasn't marked by the fanfare of destiny, yet in the small, quiet home of Nicomachus, a renowned physician serving the royal court of Macedon, there was a spark, a promise of something extraordinary. His father, Nicomachus, was no ordinary healer. He was a man of science and reason, skilled in the art of medicine, biology, and the study of the human body. Aristotle grew up surrounded by the scent of medicinal herbs, the delicate instruments of his father's trade, and the whispers of knowledge passed down from the healers of old. Picture the young boy, curious beyond his years, wandering through the fields outside his home, collecting flowers and plants, asking his father endless questions about their uses and secrets. This early immersion in the natural world would become the bedrock of Aristotle's later work, as the mysteries of life and nature began to reveal themselves to his sharp, inquisitive mind. Nicomachus's influence on Aristotle was profound, nurturing a love of learning and observation that would shape his entire life. But as with all stories, there were moments of shadow. When Aristotle was just a boy, the light of his father's presence was suddenly extinguished. Nicomachus passed away, leaving a deep void in Aristotle's life. The young boy, now without his father, was sent to live with a guardian. Though the loss was great, the fire of curiosity within Aristotle was undimmed. In fact, it grew stronger. Perhaps it was this loss, this brush with the fragility of life, that drove Aristotle to seek answers to the questions that lay hidden in the world around him. Aristotle's childhood, though touched by tragedy, was rich with learning. He was taught the traditional subjects of the time: grammar, poetry, rhetoric, but even then, his teachers could sense something different in him. He was not just a student absorbing knowledge, he was a mind seeking to understand the very nature of knowledge itself. Every lesson, every story, every observation was another piece of the grand puzzle he sought to solve. Imagine young Aristotle sitting beneath the shade of olive trees, gazing at the stars as they blinked into the twilight sky. While others might have admired the beauty of the night, Aristotle was already wondering about the workings of the heavens. What forces moved the stars? What caused the tides to rise and fall? For Aristotle, the world was not just a place to live, it was a mystery to be unraveled, layer by layer, with each question leading to another, more profound than the last. As he approached his teenage years, Aristotle's thirst for knowledge could no longer be contained by the quiet streets of Stagira. Word had reached his family of a place far greater, a city where the greatest minds of the world gathered, a city of thought, of debate, of enlightenment, Athens. At the age of 17, Aristotle set his sights on this fabled city, knowing that if he was to find the answers he sought, they would be there, in the heart of ancient Greece. But the road to Athens was not just a journey through space, it was a journey through time, a step forward into the unknown. As Aristotle made his way through the rugged landscapes, past fields of grain and olive groves, perhaps he could already feel the weight of history pressing against him. Athens was the birthplace of philosophy, the home of Socrates and Plato, where the air itself seemed to buzz with the energy of debate and discovery. When Aristotle finally arrived in Athens, he entered a world unlike any he had known. Here, the streets were alive with discussion, with the clash of ideas. Philosophy wasn't just something to be studied in books, it was a living, breathing force, shaping the way people thought about everything, from politics to ethics, from the stars above to the earth beneath their feet. It was in this city, in this intellectual furnace, that Aristotle would meet the man who would become his greatest influence, Plato. The Academy of Plato was the center of philosophical thought in Athens, and it was here that Aristotle began his formal education. For nearly 2 decades, he would study under Plato, absorbing his mentor's teachings about the world of perfect forms, about the nature of existence, and about the pursuit of truth. But even in these early years, Aristotle's mind was already beginning to forge its own path. Where Plato looked beyond the physical world to find truth in abstract ideas, Aristotle's eyes were fixed firmly on the natural world. The seeds of his empirical approach, his belief that knowledge comes through observation and experience, were already being sown. As Aristotle studied under the great Plato, he began to see that while abstract ideas were important, they were not enough to explain the complexities of the world. He wanted to understand life in all its forms, to study the world as it is, not just as it might be in some distant realm of perfect forms. And so, with the lessons of his childhood still whispering in his ear, and the wisdom of Plato guiding his steps, Aristotle's journey from the quiet streets of Stagira to the bustling, philosophical heart of Athens was complete. But his journey as a philosopher was only just beginning. As the stars of destiny aligned, whispered ones, Aristotle found himself walking through the grand gates of Plato's Academy, a place where the greatest minds of the ancient world gathered to seek the deepest truths of life. Athens, the intellectual heart of Greece, was abuzz with philosophical discussions. This was a city where ideas weren't simply musings of the mind, they were the lifeblood of the culture, shaping the way people thought, governed, and lived. And it was here that Aristotle, a curious young man from the small town of Stagira, would find his place among the stars of philosophical thought. Imagine now the great halls of the Academy, bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun. The air is thick with debate, as students and scholars alike engage in spirited discussions. At the center of it all stands Plato, the master philosopher, revered by all who seek knowledge. His teachings of the ideal world, the forms, resonate through the stone walls of the Academy, filling every corner with the promise of wisdom. And there, among the eager students, stands Aristotle, a young man whose mind would soon challenge even the most revered ideas of his teacher. At just 17, Aristotle had entered Plato's Academy, the most prestigious school in all of Athens. For 20 years, he would study there, absorbing the profound teachings of his mentor. Plato believed that the world we perceive with our senses is merely a shadow of the true reality, a realm of perfect forms that exists beyond the physical. For Plato, these forms were the only real and unchanging truths, while the material world was fleeting, imperfect, and deceptive. At first, Aristotle, like the other students, was captivated by Plato's ideas. Who wouldn't be? Plato's vision of a perfect world, where justice, beauty, and goodness existed in their purest forms, was enchanting. Aristotle's young mind soaked in these teachings, eager to understand the mysteries of existence. He engaged in the lively debates at the Academy, questioning, learning, and sharpening his intellect under the guidance of Plato. Yet, even in these early years, Aristotle's curiosity extended beyond the walls of Plato's ideal forms. While Plato's eyes were set on the heavens, Aristotle's gaze often drifted downwards, toward the earth, toward the tangible, but practical, the real. He couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the truth wasn't hidden away in some distant realm of perfect ideas, but right here, in the world we live in. The plants, the animals, the stars, what if these things were mere shadows, but held within them the answers to life's greatest questions? Picture Aristotle walking through the olive groves that surrounded the Academy, the cool breeze ruffling his robes as he contemplates these ideas. The world around him was alive, teeming with motion, growth, and change. The birds in the trees, the fish in the rivers, the people in the streets, each one had its own story, its own purpose. To Aristotle, these weren't just shadows of some higher reality, they were reality, full of meaning and lessons waiting to be discovered. During his time at the Academy, Aristotle began to see that while Plato's teachings were profound, they didn't fully satisfy his hunger for knowledge. Aristotle was different. Where Plato believed that the world of the senses was deceptive, Aristotle believed that it was through our senses that we could come to understand the truth. For him, the physical world wasn't something to be ignored or transcended, it was something to be studied, understood, and embraced. As Aristotle grew in wisdom, so did his confidence. He began to challenge Plato's ideas, respectfully but boldly. He questioned the very foundation of his mentor's philosophy, asking whether the forms could truly explain the complexity of the natural world. While Plato believed that knowledge came from the intellect alone, Aristotle argued that true knowledge required experience, observation, evidence, and reason. The world, Aristotle thought, was not a shadow, but a puzzle, one that could be solved if we just looked closely enough. Though Aristotle's ideas began to diverge from those of Plato, the bond between teacher and student remained strong. Plato recognized Aristotle's brilliance, even referring to him as the mind of the school. Yet, as Aristotle's thoughts expanded, it became clear that his journey would take him down a different path. He wasn't content with abstract ideas alone. He wanted to understand the how and why of the world in practical, observable terms. During his time at the Academy, Aristotle also began developing his own unique ideas. He delved into logic, creating what we now know as syllogism, a method of reasoning that would become the foundation of modern logic. He studied ethics, exploring the concept of virtue and the importance of living a balanced life. He even ventured into the study of biology, carefully observing plants and animals, noting their behaviors and categorizing them with meticulous detail. Aristotle was a man who saw the interconnectedness of all things. For him, Philosophy wasn't just about abstract thinking, it was about understanding the natural world, the human experience, and the underlying principles that govern them both. His time at the academy was essential to this development. It provided him with the intellectual tools he needed to refine his thinking, to ask the right questions, and to seek the truth in all things. But as Aristotle's ideas grew more distinct, his time at Plato's academy would inevitably come to an end. His respect for his mentor never wavered, but Aristotle knew that his journey was leading him away from the world of ideal forms and into the tangible, empirical world he sought to understand. He would soon leave the academy to begin his own school, to forge his own path, and to change the course of philosophy forever. And so, whispered ones, Aristotle's years at Plato's academy were not just years of learning, they were the years that shaped the mind of one of history's greatest thinkers. A mind that would go on to challenge the very foundations of philosophical thought, and in doing so, offer us a new way of seeing the world, not as a shadow of some distant reality, but as the true and wondrous reality that lies before our eyes. As the whispers of time guide us deeper into Aristotle's journey, we find him standing at a new crossroads. Having spent 20 years under the tutelage of Plato, Aristotle was now prepared to venture beyond the intellectual walls of the academy and step into a world where his influence would stretch far beyond philosophy. It is here, whispered ones, that we encounter a pivotal moment in Aristotle's life, one that would not only shape him but also a young prince destined to change the world. That prince was Alexander of Macedon, later known as Alexander the Great. Imagine it now, Aristotle, no longer the young student of Plato, but a philosopher in his own right, being summoned by King Philip II of Macedon. The king, wise in matters of state, had heard of Aristotle's brilliance, his unmatched intellect, and his ability to shape young minds. And who better to guide the education of his son, Alexander, the heir to the Macedonian throne, than this great philosopher? It was the year 343 BCE when Aristotle left Athens and made his way to Pella, the heart of the Macedonian Empire. There, in the royal court, a new chapter in his life would begin. His task was monumental, to prepare the young prince not just for kingship, but for greatness. Aristotle was charged with shaping the mind of a future ruler, a leader who would one day conquer vast lands and leave an indelible mark on history. The young Alexander, barely 13 at the time, was already filled with fire and ambition. His sharp mind, combined with a natural thirst for knowledge, made him the ideal student for Aristotle. But Alexander was more than just a prince. He was a boy destined for legend, a future conqueror whose name would echo through the ages. And Aristotle, the philosopher who sought to understand the natural world, was about to shape the worldview of a man who would seek to reshape the entire world. Imagine the scenes now. Aristotle and young Alexander sitting under the shade of olive trees, the wind rustling through the leaves as the philosopher imparts his wisdom. But Aristotle's lessons weren't confined to dusty scrolls or abstract discussions. No, Aristotle understood that to guide Alexander, he had to teach him not only about philosophy but also about the very fabric of the world he would one day command. Aristotle's teachings to Alexander spanned every subject imaginable. He taught him ethics, instilling in the young prince the importance of virtue and the balance between ambition and morality. Aristotle spoke of the golden mean, the idea that a virtuous life lies in moderation, that true greatness is found not in excess, but in balance. For Alexander, who was destined to lead armies and make decisions that would affect nations, this teaching was crucial. But Aristotle didn't stop with ethics. He taught Alexander about politics, about the nature of power and the responsibilities of a ruler. He introduced him to the great works of Homer, whose tales of heroes and gods fueled Alexander's imagination, inspiring him to become a warrior philosopher, a king who would seek glory not just through conquest but through wisdom. Aristotle also delved into science, teaching Alexander about biology, geography, and the natural world, for Aristotle believed that a good ruler needed to understand the world he sought to govern. And there was something more. Aristotle passed on to Alexander his love for knowledge, his curiosity about the world and how it worked. Alexander, under Aristotle's guidance, didn't just learn to lead, he learned to think, to question, to seek out answers in the world around him. While other princes might have been trained solely in the art of war, Alexander's education was far richer, more profound. He wasn't just preparing to become a king, he was being shaped into a leader of men, a visionary with a deep understanding of the world. For Aristotle, this was not just another teaching post. In Alexander, he saw a student unlike any other. It was as if he could sense the greatness that lay within the young prince, the potential to achieve things no man before him had dreamed of. And so, Aristotle poured his heart and soul into shaping Alexander's mind, ensuring that he would not only become a conqueror but a ruler of wisdom and virtue. In time, Aristotle and Alexander grew close. They were more than teacher and student, they were bonded by a mutual respect and shared intellectual pursuit. Aristotle's influence on Alexander was profound. And as the years passed, Alexander's mind sharpened under the guidance of his mentor, preparing him for the moment when he would ascend to the throne and begin his legendary conquests. But just as all journeys must reach their end, so too did Aristotle's time in Macedonia. After several years of guiding Alexander, Aristotle returned to Athens. His role as a teacher to a future conqueror had come to a close, but his teachings would stay with Alexander for the rest of his life. Even as Alexander marched across Asia, leading his armies into battle and expanding his empire, the lessons of his youth, those quiet moments of wisdom shared with Aristotle, remained with him. As history unfolded, the world would come to know Alexander not only as a warrior, but as a ruler who sought to blend the cultures of East and West to build a new world united under his vision. And behind this vision, whispered ones, was the influence of a philosopher, a man who taught him to think deeply, to question boldly, and to lead wisely. For Aristotle, the time spent with Alexander was more than just the education of a prince. It was the shaping of a leader who would change the world. And while Aristotle would go on to found his own school, the Lyceum, and continue his own philosophical journey, the mark he left on Alexander, on history itself, was undeniable. And so, whispered ones, as we close this chapter, we are reminded that even the greatest minds can leave their most profound marks through the students they teach, the ideas they pass on, and the wisdom they sow into the hearts of those who will one day lead. The winds of time shift once again, whispered ones, as Aristotle's journey leads him back to the city where his intellectual flame had first been kindled, Athens. Having spent years guiding the mind of a future conqueror, Aristotle now returned not as a student, but as a master philosopher ready to carve his own legacy into the stone of history. And it is here, in the heart of the ancient world, that Aristotle would establish a place of learning that would rival even the great academy of his former mentor, Plato, a place known as the Lyceum. Imagine this scene, the bustling streets of Athens, alive with merchants, scholars, and travelers, echoing with the sounds of debate and discovery. The city had not changed much since Aristotle had first arrived as a young man eager to learn at Plato's feet. But now, Aristotle was no longer the curious student. He had become a philosopher whose ideas had begun to diverge from those of his old teacher. While Plato's academy remained a beacon of abstract thought, Aristotle's vision of education was grounded in something far more practical, more tangible. He believed in learning from the world itself, from nature, from observation and experience. And it was this vision that would guide the creation of his own school. Aristotle's Lyceum was not built in the mold of Plato's academy. Where the academy focused on the abstract world of ideal forms, the Lyceum was a place where philosophy met science, where theory was fused with practice. The school was founded in a sacred grove dedicated to Apollo Lyceus, a place where the natural world would inspire both thought and study. Imagine the grounds of the Lyceum, wide open spaces where students could walk, discuss, and debate, gardens filled with plants and animals to observe, and a great library that would soon house Aristotle's vast collection of scrolls and writings. But what made the Lyceum truly unique was the way in which Aristotle taught. He believed that learning should be an active process, that students should not simply sit and listen to lectures, but engage with the material, ask questions, and explore the world for themselves. And so, Aristotle would often teach while walking, leading his students through the gardens of the Lyceum in what would become known as the peripatetic method. As he walked, he spoke, and as he spoke, he gestured to the world around them, encouraging his students to see not just with their eyes, but with their minds. Under the shade of trees and beneath the bright attic sky, Aristotle would guide his students through discussions on everything from logic to ethics, from the movement of the stars to the behavior of animals. The Lyceum was not just a school, it was a living laboratory, a place where the natural world became the classroom, and where every leaf, every cloud, every creature held a lesson waiting to be learned. But the Lyceum was also more than just a place of learning. It was a symbol of Aristotle's break from Plato. Where Plato believed that true knowledge came from the intellect and the world of forms, Aristotle believed that knowledge began with the senses. For him, the world was not a shadow of some higher reality, it was reality. And if one wanted to understand it, one had to observe it, study it, and experience it. Picture Aristotle and his students walking together, their robes sweeping across the grass as they discuss the nature of life itself. One moment, they are observing the birds overhead, discussing the nature of flight and how animals move. The next, they are deep in conversation about ethics, questioning what it means to live a good life, and whether virtue lies in the balance between excess and deficiency. Aristotle's teachings were wide-ranging, but always rooted in the belief that the world itself was the best teacher. The Lyceum quickly became a center for learning and discovery, drawing students from all corners of the Greek world. Scholars came not just to learn from Aristotle, but to contribute to the growing body of knowledge. The school became a hub of research and exploration, with Aristotle himself leading the charge. His thirst for knowledge was insatiable, and he encouraged his students to study every aspect of life: biology, physics, politics, ethics, and more. Nothing was off limits in the quest to understand the universe and humanity's place within it. Aristotle's own writings during this period would become some of the most influential works in the history of philosophy and science. He wrote extensively on logic, developing the foundations of formal logic that would be used by scholars for centuries. His works on ethics, particularly his exploration of the golden mean, provided a framework for understanding virtue as the balance between extremes. His studies of biology were groundbreaking, as he meticulously observed and classified animals, plants, and the natural world, setting the stage for the development of modern scientific methods. But perhaps what set Aristotle apart most was his ability to weave together seemingly disparate fields of knowledge. For Aristotle, philosophy, science, politics, and ethics were not separate disciplines, they were all connected, all part of the same grand puzzle. He believed that to understand one aspect of the world, you had to understand how it related to everything else. This holistic approach to learning made the Lyceum a place where students didn't just specialize in one subject, they explored the interconnectedness of all things. And as Aristotle walked through the groves of his Lyceum, his mind constantly at work, it became clear that he was not just teaching his students about the world, they were discovering it together. Aristotle encouraged them to question, to challenge, to think deeply and critically about everything they encountered. He didn't want passive learners, he wanted thinkers, individuals who would go out into the world and continue the work of discovery long after they had left the Lyceum's gates. As the years passed, Aristotle's influence grew. The Lyceum became a thriving intellectual community, and Aristotle's works began to spread beyond the borders of Athens. His ideas on science, ethics, politics, and logic would leave a lasting imprint not only on his students but on the world. Even after his death, the Lyceum would continue to be a place of learning, a beacon of knowledge that would inspire future generations of thinkers and scholars. And so, whispered ones, we see how Aristotle's return to Athens was not just a homecoming, it was the birth of a new era of thought, one that would blend the wisdom of philosophy with the rigor of science. In founding the Lyceum, Aristotle left behind a legacy not just of ideas, but of a way of thinking, one that continues to guide us today as we seek to understand the world and our place within it. Tonight, whispered ones, we journey into the heart of Aristotle's philosophical inquiry, metaphysics, the study of what lies beyond the physical world, the nature of reality itself. While Aristotle was a man grounded in the tangible, he was also deeply drawn to the mysteries that exist beneath the surface of the world we see. His metaphysical ideas are some of the most profound and complex of his thought, as they seek to answer the ultimate question, what is the essence of existence? Picture Aristotle once again in the Lyceum, walking slowly through the shaded groves, his mind working through questions that have puzzled humanity for centuries. His students gather around, eager to hear him speak, to listen as he unravels the fabric of reality itself. Aristotle wasn't just asking what things are, he was asking why they are, and how they come to be. At the center of Aristotle's metaphysical inquiry is his concept of substance. In Aristotle's world, every object, every being is made of substance, the fundamental stuff that makes up reality. But Aristotle wasn't just interested in the physical material of things, he wanted to know what made something what it truly is. What gives a tree its treeness? What makes a person more than just flesh and bones? These were the questions that fueled his metaphysical journey. For Aristotle, everything in the world is a combination of form and matter. The matter of an object is its physical substance, what it's made of. But form is what gives that matter its identity, its purpose. For example, the matter of a statue might be marble, but the form is the shape it takes, the likeness of a figure carved from the stone. Without form, the marble is just marble. But with form, it becomes something meaningful, something with purpose and identity. Now imagine Aristotle standing before a simple object, a wooden chair. To most, it is just a chair, but to Aristotle, it is a perfect example of his metaphysical principles at work. The wood is the chair's matter, but the design, the structure that allows it to function as a chair, is its form. The form gives the matter its purpose, turning the wood into something useful, something that fulfills a role in the world. But Aristotle's exploration of substance didn't stop there. He also introduced the idea of potentiality and actuality, two concepts that would come to define his view of change and existence. For Aristotle, everything in the world exists in a state of potentiality, meaning it has the potential to become something more, something greater. But when that potential is realized, it becomes actuality, it becomes what it was always meant to be. Think of a seed, whispered once. Within that tiny seed lies the potential to grow into a towering tree. The seed is not yet a tree, but it has the potential to become one. As the seed grows, it moves from potentiality to actuality, from a mere possibility to a full reality. Aristotle believed that everything in the universe follows this path, from potential to actual, from possibility to fulfillment. Aristotle also believed that everything in the world has a purpose, an end goal, which he called the final cause. This purpose is what drives something from potentiality to actuality. The final cause of a seed is to become a tree. The final cause of a sculptor's block of marble is to become a statue. For Aristotle, everything in nature has a purpose, a reason for being. And it is this purpose that guides the transformation of potential into reality. But what about human beings? Aristotle believed that humans, too, have a final cause, a purpose that guides their development from potentiality to actuality. For Aristotle, the highest purpose of human life is to achieve eudaimonia, a state of flourishing or true happiness. This is not mere pleasure or momentary joy, but a deep, lasting fulfillment that comes from living a life of virtue, from realizing one's full potential as a human being. To Aristotle, the purpose of life is to become the best version of oneself, to move from the potential to live well to the actualization of a virtuous and fulfilling life. As Aristotle walked through the Lyceum, these ideas would have flowed from him as naturally as the wind through the trees. His students, perhaps seated on the grass or walking alongside him, would have listened intently as he explained the invisible forces that shape our world, the potential within every object, every living being, and the final cause that pulls them toward their ultimate purpose. But Aristotle's metaphysics didn't just apply to the natural world, it extended to the very structure of the universe. He believed that there must be an ultimate cause, a prime mover, that set everything in motion. This unmoved mover, as he called it, was the first cause, the source of all change and motion in the universe. It was the final cause of all things, the force that drives the potentiality of the universe into actuality. For Aristotle, the unmoved mover was not a personal god or deity but a pure, perfect being, an eternal force that existed outside of time and space, setting everything in the universe into motion without itself being moved. As Aristotle shared these ideas with his students, they would have felt as though they were peering into the very fabric of reality itself. He wasn't just offering answers to the mysteries of existence, he was showing them how everything in the world, from the smallest object to the vastness of the cosmos, is connected by invisible threads of potentiality and purpose, moving toward a final cause that gives meaning to all things. Aristotle's metaphysical teachings would go on to influence not only his students but countless philosophers, theologians, and scientists throughout history. His exploration of substance, form, matter, potentiality, and final cause created a framework for understanding the world that continues to shape our thinking today. And so, whispered ones, as we walk alongside Aristotle through the groves of the Lyceum, we begin to see the world as he did, not just as a collection of objects, but as a living, breathing reality where every being, every moment, is moving from potentiality to actuality, guided by a purpose, a final cause that gives life meaning and direction. As we continue to explore the vast landscape of Aristotle's thought, we arrive at one of his most influential contributions, deductive reasoning and the creation of the syllogism. This was the framework that would allow future thinkers to build logical structures, to move from what is known to what can be proven, and to discover truths about the world in a systematic way. Aristotle's logic is not just a tool for philosophers, it is the foundation upon which modern reasoning is built. Imagine Aristotle in his Lyceum gathering his students around him. The air is still, the sun low in the sky as the philosopher speaks of the power of the human mind to think logically, to follow the path of reason through even the most complicated of problems. Aristotle believed that through logic, one could rise above the fog of confusion and see clearly the truths that lie just beyond the surface. For Aristotle, the key to clear thinking was the syllogism, a structured form of reasoning that allowed for conclusions to be drawn from established premises. At its core, a syllogism consists of three parts: a major premise, a minor premise, and a conclusion. Each part builds upon the other, leading to a conclusion that must logically follow if the premises are true. Consider this simple syllogism. Major premise: all humans are mortal. Minor premise: Socrates is a human. Conclusion: therefore, Socrates is mortal. It's a straightforward idea, but Aristotle saw its potential to unlock much deeper truths. This structure of argumentation was not only useful for philosophy but for all fields of thought, from science to ethics, from law to politics. It provided a method for people to approach problems, analyze evidence, and reach conclusions that were grounded in reason rather than speculation or emotion. In the groves of the Lyceum, Aristotle would have shown his students how this method could be applied to the world around them. Imagine him holding a simple object, like a rock, and guiding his students through a syllogism to understand its nature. He might say, major premise: all physical objects are subject to gravity. Minor premise: this rock is a physical object. Conclusion: therefore, this rock is subject to gravity. This logical structure allowed Aristotle and his students to take something as abstract as a law of nature and apply it to a specific case, making the invisible forces of the world more tangible, more understandable. But Aristotle didn't stop with simple syllogisms. He knew that real-world problems were often far more complex. He developed his logic further, creating systems of deductive and inductive reasoning that allow for more nuanced conclusions. Deductive reasoning, which moves from the general to the specific, gave thinkers the power to start with broad principles and apply them to individual cases. Inductive reasoning, on the other hand, allowed Aristotle to start with specific observations and build up to general principles, a method that would later become the backbone of scientific discovery. For Aristotle, logic was not just an intellectual exercise, it was a way to uncover truth in the world. He believed that through careful reasoning, humans could move from doxa, opinion, to episteme, knowledge. And the syllogism was the tool that allowed people to navigate that journey. Aristotle's dedication to logic came from his deep belief that the universe itself operated according to certain rules and principles, which, when properly understood, could be explained through reasoning. The world, he believed, was not a chaotic collection of random events, but a structured, ordered place where cause and effect ruled. Through logic, humans could unlock these rules and better understand their place within the grand scheme of existence. As Aristotle explained the workings of the syllogism to his students, he was doing more than teaching them how to argue effectively. He was training them to see the world through the lens of reason. He was giving them the tools to think clearly, to question assumptions, and to arrive at conclusions that were not based on guesswork or emotion, but on careful, rational thought. Over time, Aristotle's logic would become one of the cornerstones of Western thought. His syllogisms and his methods of reasoning would be passed down through the ages, shaping the way scholars, scientists, and philosophers approach problems for centuries to come. Even today, when we break down complex problems into their component parts, when we ask ourselves whether our conclusions truly follow from the facts, we are following in the footsteps of Aristotle. And yet, Aristotle knew that logic alone was not enough. Logic, for all its power, is only a tool. It must be grounded in evidence, in the world of observation and experience. For Aristotle, logic was the skeleton of thought, but evidence was the flesh that gave it life. This is why, alongside his development of syllogisms and deductive reasoning, Aristotle emphasized the importance of empirical observation. The world must be studied, tested, and understood before any logical conclusions could be made. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students, encouraging them to observe the world around them with careful attention. He would have pointed to the birds in the sky, the patterns of their flight, the way their wings move through the air. He might have said, "Look closely. What do you see? What can we conclude from these observations?" This blending of logic with observation was Aristotle's great gift to the world, a method for discovering truth that combined both the abstract and the concrete, the rational and the real. Through this approach, Aristotle laid the groundwork not only for philosophy but for the scientific method itself. His insistence on evidence-based reasoning, on the careful application of logic to the natural world, would inspire generations of scientists to come. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's contributions to logic, we see that his legacy is not just in the ideas he presented, but in the methods he developed. He gave us the tools to think critically, to reason through problems, and to approach the world with both curiosity and rigor. His syllogisms may seem simple on the surface, but they contain within them the seeds of a revolution in human thought, a revolution that would shape the course of history and continue to influence the way we understand the world today. As we delve deeper into Aristotle's world, we come to a question that has captivated humanity for as long as we have existed. What does it mean to live a good life? For Aristotle, the answer to this question was not just philosophical, it was personal, practical, and essential. His exploration of ethics was not about abstract principles or rigid moral codes, but about finding a way to live well, to flourish, and ultimately, to achieve true happiness. Aristotle called this state of flourishing eudaimonia, a word that goes beyond simple happiness. It's about living a life of fulfillment, of realizing one's full potential, of becoming the best version of oneself. And for Aristotle, this kind of life could only be achieved through the cultivation of virtue. But what is virtue? Aristotle believed that virtues are not inherent qualities, but habits that must be cultivated over time. Virtue, in Aristotle's view, lies in balance, the middle path between two extremes. This is what he called the golden mean. For example, courage is a virtue, but it lies between the extremes of recklessness, too much courage, and cowardice, too little courage. In every aspect of life, Aristotle believed that virtue was about finding this delicate balance, avoiding excess and deficiency, and steering toward moderation. Picture Aristotle walking through the groves of the Lyceum, his students gathered around him, listening as he explains this concept of balance. He speaks not just of moral virtue but of practical wisdom, the kind that can be applied to daily life. For Aristotle, ethics wasn't something reserved for philosophers, it was a guide for how anyone could live well. Whether one was a soldier, a merchant, or a politician, the pursuit of virtue was the path to a good life. Aristotle saw human beings as inherently social creatures. He believed that true happiness could not be achieved in isolation. We are not solitary beings, and our virtues are best expressed in the context of a community. It is through our relationships with others, our friendships, our family ties, our role in society, that we cultivate and express virtue. Aristotle was clear, no one can achieve eudaimonia alone. We need others to help us, to challenge us, and to provide the context in which our virtues can flourish. Imagine Aristotle sitting with his students, perhaps by a stream, discussing the nature of friendship. To him, friendship was not just a social bond, but a vital part of living a virtuous life. He believed there were three kinds of friendship: those based on utility, those based on pleasure, and those based on virtue. While friendships of utility and pleasure might serve a temporary purpose, the highest form of friendship, according to Aristotle, was based on mutual respect and the pursuit of the good. These virtuous friendships were rare but precious. They were the relationships that helped us grow, that challenged us to become better, that were rooted in shared values and mutual admiration. But Aristotle's ethics extended beyond personal relationships. He believed that virtue was also essential in public life. A good society, in his view, was one where citizens worked together toward the common good. Politics, for Aristotle, was the highest form of ethical practice because it was through politics that people could create the conditions for human flourishing. A well-ordered society, led by virtuous citizens and leaders, was the foundation for a happy life. In this way, Aristotle saw a direct connection between personal ethics and political governance. Both required wisdom, balance, and a commitment to the common good. Yet Aristotle was also a realist. He knew that achieving virtue was not easy. It required practice, effort, and above all, self-awareness. He taught that virtue was something to be cultivated over time, like a skill or craft. Just as a sculptor shapes a block of marble into a beautiful statue through careful, deliberate work, so too must we shape our character through consistent effort. Virtue, in Aristotle's view, is not something we are born with, it is something we must work at every day. And the reward for this hard work? Eudaimonia, a life of true happiness and fulfillment. But this happiness was not fleeting. It wasn't the kind of happiness that comes and goes with changing circumstances. For Aristotle, true happiness was a deep, lasting state of being that came from living a life of virtue, a life in accordance with reason, a life that realized one's full potential. Aristotle's ethical teachings were not about following strict rules or avoiding punishment. They were about personal growth, about becoming the best version of oneself. For him, living ethically was a dynamic process, one that required constant reflection and adjustment. It was not about being perfect, but about striving toward excellence in all things. Aristotle believed that the pursuit of virtue was a lifelong journey, one that could bring not just happiness, but a deep sense of purpose and meaning. Think of Aristotle sitting with his students as the sun sets over Athens, discussing the nature of self-control, how it is not about denying oneself pleasure, but about enjoying life in the right measure, in the right way, at the right time. Aristotle would remind his students that to live virtuously is not to live without pleasure, but to live in such a way that pleasure enhances life rather than controlling it. His ethics were, in many ways, a guide for living well in a complex world. He knew that life was full of challenges, temptations, and difficult choices. But he believed that through the cultivation of virtue, through the constant striving toward the golden mean, we could navigate these challenges with wisdom and grace. We could find happiness not by avoiding hardship, but by facing life's challenges with courage, temperance, and wisdom. And so, Aristotle's ethics became not just a philosophy of life, but a roadmap for how to live well in any time, in any place. His teachings on virtue, on balance, on the pursuit of happiness have endured through the ages because they speak to the very heart of what it means to be human, to seek meaning, to strive for excellence, to live with purpose. Aristotle's students, and indeed the generations of thinkers who came after him, would carry these teachings with them, applying his ideas to their own lives and their own societies. And today, as we reflect on his ethics, we are reminded that the pursuit of virtue is not just about achieving personal happiness, it is about contributing to the happiness and well-being of those around us, about living in harmony with others and with the world. In the end, Aristotle's ethics offer us not a set of rules, but a vision of what life can be when lived with intention, with wisdom, and with a commitment to becoming the best version of ourselves. As the sun rises higher over the ancient world, we find ourselves stepping into another realm of Aristotle's vast intellectual legacy, politics. For Aristotle, politics was not just about laws and governance, it was about the very fabric of society, the way human beings live together, and how communities can be structured to promote virtue and happiness. Aristotle understood that humans are not solitary creatures, but deeply social beings, and that a well-ordered society was essential for individual flourishing. Aristotle believed that humans are, by nature, political animals. What he meant by this was that we are naturally inclined to live in communities, to form relationships, and to work together for the common good. He observed that no person can live in complete isolation and still live a fulfilling life. We need others, our families, friends, and fellow citizens, to help us achieve eudaimonia, the state of true happiness and fulfillment. As Aristotle walked through the Lyceum, discussing the nature of society with his students, he often spoke of the polis, or city-state, as the ideal form of human community. The polis, for Aristotle, was more than just a place where people lived, it was the highest form of human association, where citizens came together to share in the pursuit of the good life. In the polis, individuals could not only meet their material needs, but also engage in the ethical and intellectual life that Aristotle believed was essential for human happiness. But what makes a good polis? Aristotle believed that a well-functioning society had to be governed by virtue. The rulers of the polis, as well as its citizens, must strive to live virtuous lives, balancing their own needs with the needs of the community. Unlike Plato, who envisioned a society ruled by philosopher kings, Aristotle believed that the best form of government was one where citizens played an active role in governance. This belief in the importance of citizenship and participation was central to Aristotle's political thought. Yet Aristotle was also practical. He recognized that there were many different types of government and that no single form was perfect. He divided governments into three main types: monarchy, ruled by one; aristocracy, ruled by the few; and polity, ruled by the many. Each of these forms had the potential to govern well, but Aristotle warned that they could also become corrupt. Monarchy could descend into tyranny, aristocracy into oligarchy, and polity into democracy, which Aristotle saw as ruled by the mob when it became excessive. Imagine Aristotle discussing these ideas with his students under the shade of olive trees. He would have spoken of how the best form of government is one that balances the interests of the rulers and the ruled, where power is shared among those with virtue and wisdom. In Aristotle's ideal state, citizens would take turns ruling and being ruled, ensuring that governance remained in the hands of those who had the community's best interests at heart. But what does it mean to be a citizen in Aristotle's polis? Citizenship, he believed, was not just about legal status or the right to vote. It was about participation in the life of the community, in the pursuit of justice, and in the creation of a society that allowed all its members to flourish. Aristotle argued that true citizenship required virtue, because only virtuous citizens could work for the common good rather than for their own selfish interests. This connection between virtue and citizenship was central to Aristotle's political theory. He believed that the purpose of the state was to create the conditions in which citizens could live good lives, and that the laws and institutions of the state should promote ethical behavior. Good laws, for Aristotle, were those that encouraged citizens to act virtuously, to find the balance between their personal desires and the needs of the community. But Aristotle also understood that different societies had different needs. He was not an idealist like Plato, who believed in a single perfect form of government. Instead, Aristotle believed that the best government for a particular society depended on its specific circumstances, its geography, its culture, its history. He called this approach political realism, acknowledging that each society must find the form of government that best suits its own unique conditions. Yet, despite this pragmatic view, Aristotle did have a preference. He believed that polity, a balanced form of government where the middle class played a central role, was the best and most stable form of governance. In a polity, power was shared between the wealthy and the poor, preventing either group from dominating the other. Aristotle believed that the middle class, being neither too rich nor too poor, was best suited to maintain the balance of power and to ensure the stability of the state. For Aristotle, political stability was essential for human flourishing. Without stability, individuals could not pursue virtue, and without virtue, they could not achieve true happiness. This is why Aristotle emphasized the importance of the rule of law. He believed that laws should be designed not to control people, but to help them live virtuous lives. Good laws, in Aristotle's view, guided citizens toward ethical behavior and helped them avoid the excesses that could lead to tyranny or anarchy. But Aristotle's political thought wasn't just about the structure of government or the rule of law, it was also deeply concerned with justice. He believed that justice was the glue that held society together, the principle that ensured that each person received what was rightfully theirs. For Aristotle, justice was not just about fairness in legal matters, it was about ensuring that every member of society had the opportunity to live a good life. This meant that the state had a responsibility to promote not just the material well-being of its citizens, but their moral and intellectual development as well. In Aristotle's ideal society, education played a key role in shaping virtuous citizens. He believed that the state should provide education that taught not only practical skills, but also moral virtues. Through education, individuals could learn to live in accordance with reason, to balance their personal desires with the needs of the community, and to contribute to the common good. For Aristotle, education was not just preparation for life, it was a central part of living well. As Aristotle and his students walked through the Lyceum discussing these ideas, they were not just thinking about abstract principles, they were thinking about how to build a society where people could live in harmony, where virtue was cultivated, and where happiness could be achieved. Aristotle's vision of politics was deeply optimistic, based on the belief that, with the right structure and the right laws, humans could live together in a way that allowed everyone to flourish. And so, Aristotle's political philosophy offers us a vision of what society could be when guided by wisdom, virtue, and justice. His ideas continue to influence how we think about governance, citizenship, and the role of the state in promoting human happiness. In Aristotle's view, politics was not just about power, it was about creating the conditions for a good life, a life of virtue, balance, and fulfillment. As our journey through the mind of Aristotle draws us closer to the heart of his philosophy, we come to one of his greatest contributions to human thought, his approach to knowledge and the foundations of science. Aristotle believed that the pursuit of knowledge was one of the highest callings of the human spirit. For him, knowledge was not just about understanding the world, it was about uncovering the deeper truths that lay hidden within it. His method of inquiry, grounded in observation and reason, would lay the groundwork for what we now call the scientific method. Imagine Aristotle in the Lyceum, surrounded by the vibrant life of the natural world. The rustling of leaves, the calls of birds, and the hum of insects fill the air as Aristotle leads his students through the gardens, encouraging them to observe everything they see. For Aristotle, knowledge begins with the senses, what we see, what we hear, what we touch. He believed that to understand the world, we must first observe it carefully, gathering evidence from the world around us. But observation was only the first step. Aristotle taught that once we had observed the world, we must use reason to make sense of it. This combination of empirical observation and logical reasoning was the key to understanding nature. Aristotle rejected the idea that knowledge could be gained through pure thought alone, as some of his predecessors had believed. Instead, he insisted that true knowledge required engagement with the physical world, that we must study nature itself to understand its laws and principles. One of the areas where Aristotle applied this method most profoundly was in biology. Aristotle was fascinated by the diversity of life, and he spent years studying and categorizing the plants and animals he encountered. He meticulously observed their behaviors, their structures, and their environments, creating detailed classifications that would form the basis of biological science. His work in biology was not just theoretical, it was grounded in direct observation of the natural world. Picture Aristotle kneeling by a stream, watching the movements of fish or the behavior of insects as they buzzed among the flowers. He would have pointed out to his students the different species, explaining their characteristics and their roles within the larger ecosystem. Aristotle believed that by observing the natural world, we could uncover the principles that govern all life, the patterns, the purposes, and the intricate relationships that made nature such a wondrous and complex system. For Aristotle, every living thing had a purpose, which he called its final cause. He believed that all creatures were designed with a specific goal in mind, whether it was the way a bird's wings allowed it to fly or the way a tree's roots sought water from the earth. By studying these purposes, Aristotle believed we could understand not just how things worked, but why they existed in the first place. This idea of purpose, or teleology, was central to Aristotle's understanding of the natural world. But Aristotle's thirst for knowledge extended far beyond the study of living things. He was equally fascinated by the cosmos, by the stars that twinkled above him at night and the vastness of the universe. Aristotle believed that the heavens were governed by the same principles as the earth, that everything in the universe followed a natural order. His work in astronomy was groundbreaking, as he sought to understand the movements of the planets and the nature of the celestial bodies. Aristotle believed that the Earth was at the center of the universe, surrounded by concentric spheres on which the stars and planets moved. While this geocentric model would later be replaced, Aristotle's approach to studying the heavens was revolutionary for his time. He believed that by observing the stars and the planets, we could uncover the laws of the universe, and through logical deduction, we could understand the principles that govern the movement of the heavens. Yet, despite his fascination with the cosmos, Aristotle always remained deeply connected to the earth. He believed that the study of physics, the laws of motion and change, was essential for understanding the natural world. He developed theories about how objects moved, how they changed over time, and how forces acted upon them. While some of his ideas, like his belief in the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, would eventually be replaced, his emphasis on observation and logic laid the groundwork for the future development of physics. But Aristotle's pursuit of knowledge was not limited to the physical world. He also sought to understand the nature of human knowledge itself. He believed that all knowledge began with the senses, but that it progressed through several stages. The first stage was perception, where we gather raw data from the world through our senses. From there, we move to memory, where we store these perceptions. Next comes experience, where we begin to recognize patterns and relationships between the things we observe. Finally, through reason, we arrive at knowledge, the ability to understand the underlying principles that govern the world. This progression from perception to knowledge was at the heart of Aristotle's epistemology, or theory of knowledge. He believed that the mind had the ability to move from the particular to the general, from specific observations to universal truths. This was the process of inductive reasoning, where we observe individual instances and use them to build broader principles. Aristotle's method of inductive reasoning would become one of the cornerstones of scientific inquiry. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students, discussing the process of learning and understanding. He would have pointed to the world around them, the trees, the birds, the clouds, and asked, "What do you see? What patterns emerge? How can we use these observations to understand the laws of nature?" For Aristotle, knowledge was not something that could be found in books or through abstract thought alone. It had to be discovered through engagement with the world. Through his emphasis on observation, reasoning, and the search for patterns, Aristotle laid the foundations for what would eventually become the scientific method. His approach to knowledge was one of curiosity, systematic inquiry, and logical analysis, all of which are still essential components of scientific research today. He believed that the world was knowable, that through careful study, humans could unlock its secrets and understand the principles that governed it. Aristotle's pursuit of knowledge was, at its core, a search for truth. He believed that by studying the world, by asking the right questions, and by using reason to analyze what we observed, we could come to understand the very essence of reality. His method of inquiry was not just about gathering facts, it was about seeking wisdom, about understanding the deeper connections that bind the universe together. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's contributions to knowledge and science, we see that his legacy is not just in the discoveries he made, but in the method he developed. He showed us how to observe the world with wonder, how to ask questions with curiosity, and how to use reason to uncover the truths that lie beneath the surface. Aristotle didn't just teach us what to think, he taught us how to think, and in doing so, he opened the door to a lifetime of discovery. As we continue our exploration of Aristotle's vast intellectual landscape, we turn our gaze to the realm of art and aesthetics. For Aristotle, art was not merely a form of entertainment or a fleeting pleasure, it was a reflection of life itself, a way to understand and interpret the human experience. Through art, Aristotle believed, we could access deeper truths about ourselves and the world around us. And at the heart of his philosophy of art was the concept of mimesis, or imitation. Imagine Aristotle seated in the grand theater of ancient Athens, watching a play unfold on the stage before him. The actors, draped in flowing robes and masks, bring to life the stories of gods and heroes, of love and loss, of triumph and tragedy. The audience is captivated, their emotions rising and falling with each twist of the plot. Aristotle watches intently, not just as a spectator, but as a philosopher seeking to understand what makes art so powerful. What is it about these stories, these imitations of life, that move the human soul? For Aristotle, the answer lay in the idea that art is a form of imitation. But this imitation is not a simple, shallow copy of reality. Instead, it is a way of capturing the essence of life, of revealing the deeper patterns and truths that govern human existence. Art, in Aristotle's view, was a way to represent the world, not as it is, but as it could be or should be. Through art, we see not just the details of everyday life, but the universal truths that lie beneath them. One of Aristotle's greatest contributions to the philosophy of art was his work Poetics, a treatise that explored the nature of dramatic art, particularly tragedy. In this work, Aristotle explained that tragedy is a form of imitation that deals with serious, important matters. Through the portrayal of noble characters facing difficult choices and suffering great consequences, tragedy has the power to evoke emotions such as pity and fear in the audience. But these emotions are not stirred for their own sake, they serve a higher purpose. Aristotle believed that through the experience of tragedy, the audience undergoes a catharsis, a purging or cleansing of emotions, which leaves them feeling uplifted and transformed. Picture a great tragedy unfolding on stage, perhaps the story of Oedipus, a king doomed by fate to a terrible end. The audience watches as Oedipus's life unravels, as his tragic flaw leads him toward inevitable ruin. They feel pity for his suffering, fear for the consequences of his actions. But in the end, they leave the theater not with despair, but with a sense of release, a sense that they have been cleansed of these emotions, made wiser by the experience. Aristotle believed that this catharsis was one of the greatest powers of art. By imitating life's deepest struggles and conflicts, art allowed people to confront their own fears and emotions in a controlled, safe environment. It was a way to process the human condition, to understand the complexities of life without being overwhelmed by them. In this way, art became a tool for moral and emotional education, a way for individuals to grow and develop as human beings. But Aristotle's ideas about art were not limited to tragedy. He also believed that comedy, epic poetry, painting, and even music played important roles in human life. In each of these forms, Aristotle saw the power of imitation at work. In comedy, the imitation of lower or ridiculous characters served to entertain and provide a different form of catharsis, as the audience laughed at the follies of others and perhaps even recognized some of their own shortcomings. In epic poetry, the grand tales of heroes like Achilles or Odysseus allowed people to reflect on the nature of heroism, honor, and fate. Aristotle also extended his philosophy of art to music, which he believed had a direct and profound effect on the emotions. He observed that different types of music could evoke different emotional responses, whether it be joy, sadness, excitement, or tranquility. For Aristotle, music was not just a pleasant sound, it was a powerful force that could influence the soul. He believed that music, like drama, could lead to catharsis, helping individuals to release and balance their emotions. Art, in all its forms, was a way of engaging with the truth of the human experience. Through imitation, art could reveal the universal patterns that underlie the specific details of our lives. In this way, art was not just about beauty or entertainment, it was about knowledge. Aristotle believed that by studying and experiencing art, people could come to a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Art, in his view, was a path to wisdom. But while Aristotle believed that art had the power to uplift and educate, he also recognized that it had the potential to mislead. He warned that certain forms of art, particularly those that indulged in excessive emotion or portrayed immoral behavior without consequence, could have a negative effect on the audience. For Aristotle, art needed to strike a balance between emotion and reason, between pleasure and moral instruction. Only then could it fulfill its highest purpose. As Aristotle shared these ideas with his students, walking through the groves of the Lyceum, he might have gestured to a simple painting or recited a line of poetry, showing them how even the smallest work of art could reveal profound truths. He believed that the artist, like the philosopher, was in search of truth, but where the philosopher sought truth through reason and logic, the artist sought it through imagination and imitation. In this way, Aristotle saw art and philosophy as complementary disciplines. Both were concerned with the same fundamental questions about life, about virtue, about the nature of existence, but they approached these questions in different ways. Art, with its ability to move the emotions and engage the imagination, could reach truths that philosophy, with its cold logic, might overlook. And philosophy, with its careful reasoning, could help to interpret and refine the insights offered by art. Through this lens, we see that for Aristotle, art was not just a mirror of life, it was a window into the deeper realities that shaped human existence. It allowed people to explore what it means to live, to suffer, to love, and to die. And by doing so, art helped individuals not only to understand the world, but to engage with it more fully, to live more wisely, more virtuously, and more meaningfully. And so, Aristotle's philosophy of art continues to resonate through the ages, offering us a way to see art not just as decoration or distraction, but as a profound and powerful force that shapes our understanding of life itself. As we continue to unravel the many threads of Aristotle's thought, we come to one of his most influential works, Poetics, his treatise on the nature of storytelling, particularly in tragedy. For Aristotle, stories were not just entertainment, but powerful tools that could teach, heal, and transform the human soul. In tragedy, Aristotle saw a reflection of the deepest struggles of human existence, of fate, character, and the choices that define our lives. Picture the great theaters of ancient Greece, their wide, open stages set against the backdrop of mountains or seas. The audience, thousands strong, sits in hushed anticipation as the chorus begins its song, setting the tone for the tragedy about to unfold. The air is thick with emotion as the lives of the characters unravel before the eyes of the spectators. This, for Aristotle, was the height of human storytelling, a form of art that did more than entertain. It reached into the core of what it meant to be human, and through catharsis, it helped people confront their own emotions, their own fears, and their own hopes. Aristotle defined tragedy as an imitation of an action that is serious, complete, and of a certain magnitude. For him, a good tragedy was not just about random suffering or meaningless events. It had to depict events that mattered, events that were important, that carried weight, and that explored the deeper moral and emotional questions of life. Aristotle believed that tragedy's purpose was to provoke pity and fear in the audience, emotions that would lead to a purging of these feelings, known as catharsis. This catharsis was essential to the experience of tragedy, for it allowed the audience to process their own emotions, to cleanse themselves of excess fear or sorrow, and to leave the theater feeling both relieved and enlightened. At the heart of every tragedy, Aristotle believed, was the tragic hero, a character who, while noble in many ways, possesses a fatal flaw known as hamartia. This flaw leads the hero to make a critical mistake or poor decision, which in turn sets off a chain of events that lead to their downfall. It is not that the tragic hero is evil or undeserving, but rather that they are human, with all the imperfections and limitations that come with being human. This is what makes tragedy so powerful, the recognition that even the greatest among us can fall, that our choices have consequences, and that fate often has a hand in our lives. Take, for example, the story of Oedipus Rex, one of the most famous tragedies of ancient Greece. Oedipus, a king of great power and virtue, is brought low by his inability to escape the fate that was foretold for him. Despite his best efforts to avoid the prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, Oedipus ultimately fulfills it, not through evil intent, but through a series of tragic misunderstandings and decisions. The audience feels pity for Oedipus, who suffers so greatly despite his noble intentions, and they feel fear as they recognize that they, too, are subject to the whims of fate and the consequences of their choices. In his Poetics, Aristotle lays out the structure of a good tragedy, emphasizing the importance of plot above all else. He believed that the plot was the soul of the tragedy, more important even than character. A well-constructed plot, he argued, should follow a clear and logical sequence of events, where each action leads naturally to the next. There should be a sense of inevitability to the story, where the events unfold with an almost mathematical precision, drawing the audience deeper into the emotional journey of the characters. But while plot was central to Aristotle's understanding of tragedy, he also recognized the importance of character. The tragic hero, though flawed, should be someone the audience can sympathize with, someone who is relatable and whose downfall, while tragic, feels deserved because of their choices. Aristotle believed that the hero's downfall should be a mixture of fate and free will. The hero's hamartia may set the events in motion, but it is often fate, in the form of external forces or circumstances beyond their control, that brings about their ultimate demise. Aristotle also introduced the concept of anagnorisis, recognition, and peripeteia, reversal, two crucial elements of a well-constructed tragedy. Anagnorisis refers to the moment when the hero realizes the truth of their situation, their tragic flaw, the error they have made, or the true nature of their fate. This moment of recognition is often the emotional climax of the tragedy, as the hero's world is turned upside down by this sudden revelation. Peripeteia, on the other hand, is the reversal of fortune, the point at which the hero's situation goes from good to bad, from success to failure. Together, these elements create a powerful emotional arc, where the audience is taken from hope to despair, from understanding to sorrow. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students, explaining the delicate balance between pity and fear, between recognition and reversal, as they walked through the groves of the Lyceum. He would have emphasized that these emotions must be carefully crafted, that a good tragedian must understand the inner workings of the human soul to evoke these feelings in the audience. The goal of tragedy, he would remind them, was not to depress or distress the audience, but to lead them through an emotional journey that would leave them wiser, more aware of the fragility of human life, and more in tune with their own emotions. But Aristotle's understanding of tragedy was not limited to the personal or the emotional, it was also deeply moral. He believed that tragedy had the power to teach us important lessons about the nature of justice, virtue, and human frailty. Through the suffering of the tragic hero, the audience was reminded of the importance of living a virtuous life, of making wise choices, and of accepting the consequences of their actions. In this way, tragedy was not just a form of entertainment, but a form of moral education, a way to reflect on the deeper truths of human existence. Aristotle also compared tragedy to other forms of storytelling, particularly epic poetry, as seen in the works of Homer. While epic poems like the Iliad and the Odyssey told grand tales of heroes and gods, Aristotle believed that tragedy was more powerful because it focused on a single, unified story with a clear emotional and moral arc. Where epic poetry could span years and tell of many events, tragedy concentrated its emotional force on a single, climactic moment of realization and downfall. This focus, Aristotle argued, made tragedy the highest form of storytelling, capable of engaging the audience in a profound and transformative way. Through his work on poetics, Aristotle provided not only a guide for writing effective tragedies, but also a window into the power of storytelling itself. He believed that stories had the ability to reveal the deepest truths of human life, that through the imitation of action and the portrayal of noble characters, we could learn about our own lives and the choices that shape them. Aristotle's insights into tragedy continue to influence writers, philosophers, and artists to this day. His understanding of the human condition, of the mix of virtue and flaw, of fate and free will, of suffering and catharsis, remains as relevant now as it was in ancient Greece. Through his exploration of tragedy, Aristotle showed us that stories are not just reflections of life, but tools for understanding life itself, for navigating its challenges and embracing its possibilities. As we continue to explore the breadth of Aristotle's thought, we now turn to one of the most practical and powerful tools in human communication, rhetoric, the art of persuasion. For Aristotle, rhetoric was more than just the ability to speak well. It was the key to influencing others, to presenting ideas with clarity and force, and to leading minds toward truth. Rhetoric was essential not only in the realm of politics and law, but in every aspect of human life where communication mattered. Imagine Aristotle standing before an eager group of students in the Lyceum, preparing to teach them the secrets of effective communication. He was not just a philosopher, but a keen observer of human nature, and he understood that how a message is delivered can be just as important as the message itself. Aristotle's Rhetoric, his treatise on persuasion, remains one of the most influential works on the subject. In it, he outlines the three essential elements of effective persuasion: ethos, pathos, and logos. Picture Aristotle speaking to his students, explaining how these three elements work together to create a compelling argument. He would begin with ethos, which refers to the credibility and character of the speaker. For Aristotle, persuasion begins with trust. The audience must believe that the speaker is both knowledgeable and ethical, someone whose words are worth listening to. Ethos is about establishing oneself as a reliable and respectable source of information. Without it, even the most logical argument may fall on deaf ears. Imagine Aristotle telling his students, if you wish to persuade, you must first be trusted. A speaker's character is not something that can be faked or forced. It is built over time, through integrity, wisdom, and the careful cultivation of one's reputation. Aristotle believed that the speaker's ethos was one of the most powerful tools in rhetoric because it laid the foundation for everything that followed. But ethos alone is not enough to move an audience. Aristotle would then turn to pathos, the emotional appeal. He knew that human beings are not purely rational creatures. Our decisions are often driven by our emotions, our desires, and our fears. To truly persuade, a speaker must connect with the audience on an emotional level. Pathos involves appealing to the emotions, stirring feelings of sympathy, anger, hope, or fear to reinforce the speaker's message. Imagine Aristotle guiding his students through the subtleties of pathos, perhaps pointing out how a great orator could use a well-timed story or vivid imagery to evoke strong feelings in the audience. He might remind them that pathos must be used wisely. It is a tool that can inspire and uplift, but it can also manipulate and deceive. For Aristotle, the ethical use of pathos was crucial. A skilled rhetorician must use emotion not to mislead, but to guide the audience toward a deeper understanding of the truth. The final element in Aristotle's theory of rhetoric is logos, the logical appeal. Aristotle believed that a strong argument must be grounded in reason. Logos refers to the structure and content of the argument itself, its logic, its evidence, and its clarity. For Aristotle, logos was the most important of the three elements because it is through reason that the audience is most fully persuaded. While ethos builds trust and pathos engages emotion, it is logos that provides the solid foundation upon which a persuasive argument is built. Imagine Aristotle leading his students through a carefully constructed argument, showing them how each piece of evidence fits together, how each premise leads logically to the conclusion. He would emphasize the importance of clarity and coherence, ensuring that the argument is easy to follow and understand. For Aristotle, logos was the key to persuasion because it appealed to the audience's sense of reason and justice. A good argument must not only stir the heart, it must convince the mind. In his rhetoric, Aristotle also identified the different types of speeches and the contexts in which they were used. He divided rhetoric into three main categories: deliberative, judicial, and epidictic rhetoric. Each served a different purpose, and each required a different approach. Deliberative rhetoric, Aristotle explained, is used in political or decision-making contexts where the speaker must persuade the audience to take a particular course of action. In this type of rhetoric, the speaker's goal is to convince the audience that one option is better than another, often by appealing to their sense of benefit or harm. Imagine a politician standing before a crowd, arguing for a new law or policy, using deliberative rhetoric to sway the public's opinion. Judicial rhetoric, on the other hand, is used in legal settings where the speaker must argue about past events and determine guilt or innocence. This type of rhetoric often involves appeals to justice, fairness, and truth. Picture Aristotle explaining how judicial rhetoric requires careful reasoning, as the speaker must present evidence, build a case, and persuade the judge or jury that their interpretation of the facts is correct. Finally, there is epidictic rhetoric, which Aristotle described as the rhetoric of praise or blame. This type of rhetoric is used in speeches that celebrate or condemn individuals or events, such as funeral orations or speeches at public ceremonies. Epidictic rhetoric is often more emotional, as it seeks to honor or dishonor, to inspire admiration or disapproval. In these moments, ethos and pathos play a particularly strong role, as the speaker's goal is to move the audience to feel deeply, whether in admiration of a great figure or in condemnation of a villain. As Aristotle walked with his students through the groves of the Lyceum, he would have reminded them that the key to good rhetoric is balance. A speech that relies too heavily on emotion without logic is weak and manipulative, while an argument that is purely logical but lacks emotional connection may fail to inspire. The skilled rhetorician must understand their audience, their context, and the balance of ethos, pathos, and logos required to persuade effectively. But Aristotle's theory of rhetoric went beyond just the mechanics of persuasion. He also believed that rhetoric had an important ethical dimension. Rhetoric, when used properly, could lead people toward truth and understanding. It could promote justice, inspire virtuous action, and strengthen the bonds of community. But when misused, rhetoric could deceive, manipulate, and lead people astray. For this reason, Aristotle believed that the rhetorician must always be guided by a commitment to truth and virtue. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about the power of words. He would have told them that language has the power to shape reality, to change minds, and to inspire action. But with that power comes responsibility. The rhetorician must be careful not to use their skill for selfish or harmful ends. Persuasion, in Aristotle's view, should be a tool for good, for helping others see the truth, and for building a just and virtuous society. In this way, Aristotle's approach to rhetoric was not just about teaching people how to speak well, it was about teaching them how to speak wisely. Rhetoric, for Aristotle, was an art that could be used to guide people toward better decisions, to resolve conflicts, and to promote the common good. It was a tool that could be used to build bridges between people, to create understanding where there had been misunderstanding, and to inspire cooperation in the pursuit of a shared goal. And so, Aristotle's legacy in rhetoric endures. His insights into the nature of persuasion, his understanding of ethos, pathos, and logos, and his commitment to ethical speech continue to shape the way we think about communication today. Whether in politics, law, or everyday conversation, Aristotle's teachings remind us that words have power, and that with that power comes the responsibility to use them wisely for the good of others and for the truth. As we walk further along the path of Aristotle's wisdom, we arrive at one of the cornerstones of his philosophy, education. For Aristotle, education was not just a means to acquire knowledge, but a lifelong journey toward virtue and wisdom. He believed that the purpose of education was to shape the character, cultivate reason, and prepare individuals to lead fulfilling lives, not only for their own sake, but for the betterment of society as a whole. Imagine Aristotle strolling through the grounds of the Lyceum, surrounded by young minds eager to learn. The soft rustling of the leaves above mirrors the quiet hum of contemplation as Aristotle speaks about the nature of learning. To him, education was a process of development where the mind is guided from the simple to the complex, from the material to the abstract, from mere facts to deep understanding. It was not just about filling the mind with information, but about shaping the soul, teaching individuals how to think, question, and reason. At the heart of Aristotle's educational philosophy was the belief that virtue could and must be taught. He believed that humans were not born virtuous, but had the potential to become virtuous through proper education and training. This was no easy task. It required the cultivation of good habits, the development of moral reasoning, and the ability to balance one's desires and actions through the principle of the golden mean, the idea that virtue lies in the balance between excess and deficiency. For Aristotle, the purpose of education was to help individuals achieve eudaimonia, or human flourishing. This flourishing was not about wealth, fame, or power, but about living a life of virtue and reason. The ultimate goal of education was to enable individuals to reach their full potential, to become the best versions of themselves, and to contribute to the well-being of society. In this way, Aristotle saw education as both a personal and a social good, a means to develop individual virtue and, in turn, to create a more just and harmonious society. Aristotle believed that education should be holistic. It should develop not only the mind but also the body and the emotions. He emphasized the importance of physical education, recognizing that a healthy body was essential for a healthy mind. He also believed in the value of music and the arts, which he saw as essential for cultivating emotional sensitivity and balance. For Aristotle, education was about developing the whole person, fostering both intellectual and moral excellence. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students, teaching them not only about philosophy and science, but also about how to live well. He would have told them that education is not something that ends when one leaves the classroom or finishes a book. It is a lifelong process. Learning, Aristotle believed, was a continuous journey, one that required curiosity, discipline, and a deep love of wisdom. He taught his students to question everything, to seek the truth, and to never stop asking why. Aristotle also understood that education was not just an individual pursuit, but a social one. He believed that citizenship was one of the highest roles a person could fulfill, and that education was essential for preparing individuals to participate in public life. In Aristotle's ideal society, education would prepare citizens to engage in political and ethical decision-making, to contribute to the common good, and to lead with wisdom and virtue. For Aristotle, an educated citizenry was the foundation of a strong and just society. He believed that politics and ethics were deeply intertwined with education. In order to create a just and virtuous society, Aristotle argued, citizens must be educated not only in knowledge but in character. They must learn how to balance their own interests with the interests of the community, how to exercise judgment and temperance, and how to work for the common good. Education, in this sense, was not just about individual development but about preparing people to live together, to share a common life in the polis. But Aristotle also knew that education must be tailored to the different stages of life. He divided education into distinct phases, each designed to cultivate different aspects of the person. In early childhood, education should focus on moral training, helping children develop good habits and learn to distinguish right from wrong. As children grow older, education should focus more on intellectual development, teaching them how to think critically and reason logically. By adulthood, education should focus on helping individuals refine their understanding of ethics and politics, preparing them to be virtuous and wise citizens. Imagine Aristotle speaking to the parents of his students, urging them to provide their children with the best possible education from a young age. He believed that early childhood was a critical time for moral development and that the habits and values instilled during these formative years would shape a person's character for the rest of their life. But he also emphasized that education was not the sole responsibility of the family, it was the responsibility of the entire community. Aristotle believed that the state had a crucial role to play in education. He argued that public education was essential for creating a just and harmonious society. In his view, it was the duty of the state to ensure that all citizens had access to the education they needed to live virtuous and fulfilling lives. This was not just a matter of personal enrichment, it was a matter of public welfare. For Aristotle, a well-educated citizenry was the foundation of a stable and prosperous society. But Aristotle's vision of education was not just about practical skills or moral instruction. It was also about the pursuit of knowledge for its own sake. He believed that humans have a natural desire to know and that the highest form of education was the philosophical exploration of the world. This pursuit of knowledge, guided by reason and curiosity, was what made humans truly unique. For Aristotle, the life of the mind was the highest form of life, and the pursuit of knowledge was the greatest form of happiness. Imagine Aristotle sitting with his students under the shade of a tree, discussing the mysteries of the universe. He would have encouraged them to ask big questions, to wonder about the nature of existence, to explore the mysteries of life and death, and to seek wisdom in all things. For Aristotle, education was not about finding quick answers. It was about embracing the journey of discovery, about cultivating a love of learning that would last a lifetime. Through his teachings on education, Aristotle left a lasting legacy that continues to influence how we think about learning, virtue, and the role of education in society. His belief in the power of education to shape character, foster citizenship, and promote human flourishing remains as relevant today as it was in ancient Greece. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's philosophy of education, we are reminded that learning is not just a means to an end, it is an end in itself. Education, in Aristotle's view, is about becoming, about realizing our full potential as human beings, and about contributing to the well-being of the communities in which we live. It is a journey that begins in childhood but continues throughout our lives, guiding us toward wisdom, virtue, and a deeper understanding of the world around us. As we near the end of our journey through Aristotle's teachings, we arrive at perhaps one of the most profound and deeply human aspects of his thought, his philosophy of the soul. For Aristotle, the soul was not a separate, ethereal entity, as some of his predecessors believed, but an integral part of what it means to be alive. The soul, according to Aristotle, was the very essence of life, the principle that animated all living things, from plants to animals to human beings. Imagine Aristotle, once again walking through the groves of the Lyceum, surrounded by the natural world. The leaves rustle gently in the breeze, and the sun casts long shadows as Aristotle speaks to his students about the nature of life itself. He believed that all living things, no matter how simple or complex, have a soul. But the soul, as Aristotle understood it, was not some ghostly force that existed apart from the body. It was the form of the body, the organizing principle that gave life its shape and purpose. For Aristotle, the soul could not exist without the body, nor the body without the soul. They were inseparable, two sides of the same coin. In his famous work De Anima, on the soul, Aristotle defined the soul as the first actuality of a natural body that has life potentially. This meant that the soul was what made a living thing alive, what allowed it to move, grow, perceive, and think. The soul, in Aristotle's view, was not a thing that could be separated from the body at death. It was the very essence of life itself. Aristotle divided the soul into three distinct parts, each corresponding to a different level of life. First, there was the nutritive soul, the most basic form, which was responsible for growth and reproduction. This was the soul possessed by plants, whose primary function was to take in nutrients and grow. While this may seem simple, Aristotle believed that even this basic form of life was remarkable in its own way. Plants, too, had their own kind of soul, a life force that enabled them to exist and thrive. Next came the sensitive soul, which was found in animals. The sensitive soul was more advanced than the nutritive soul, for it allowed animals to perceive the world through their senses. With this form of soul, animals could see, hear, touch, and taste. They could move and respond to their environment. Aristotle believed that the sensitive soul was what gave animals the ability to feel pleasure and pain, to seek out what was good for them and avoid what was harmful. The sensitive soul made animals more than just living beings. They were aware, conscious of the world around them. But it was in the rational soul, the soul unique to human beings, that Aristotle found the highest expression of life. The rational soul was what set humans apart from all other creatures. It was the source of reason, thought, and intellect. While humans shared the nutritive and sensitive souls with plants and animals, it was the rational soul that allowed them to think, reflect, and engage in complex decision-making. For Aristotle, reason was the defining characteristic of human beings. It was what made us truly human. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students, explaining the profound implications of the rational soul. He would have told them that reason was not just a tool for solving problems, it was the very essence of what it meant to live a good life. Through reason, humans could rise above their base desires and emotions, guiding their actions with wisdom and understanding. The rational soul allowed humans to contemplate the nature of the universe, to seek out truth and knowledge, and to live in accordance with virtue. But Aristotle's understanding of the soul didn't stop there. He believed that the rational soul was divided into two parts, the active intellect and the passive intellect. The passive intellect was responsible for receiving information from the senses, for processing and storing memories, and for engaging with the world around us. It was the part of the mind that dealt with the here and now, with the practicalities of life. The active intellect, however, was something far greater. It was, according to Aristotle, immortal and eternal, the part of the soul that could engage with universal truths, with knowledge that transcended the physical world. While the passive intellect was tied to the body and to sensory experience, the active intellect was what connected humans to the divine. It was through the active intellect that humans could engage with the highest forms of knowledge, the timeless truths that govern the universe. Imagine Aristotle looking up at the stars, reflecting on the nature of the universe and the place of humans within it. He would have explained to his students that the active intellect was what allowed humans to grasp the eternal, to see beyond the material world and into the realm of pure reason. It was through the active intellect that humans could contemplate the ultimate questions of existence. What is the nature of the universe? What is the meaning of life? What is the highest good? For Aristotle, the active intellect was the key to understanding the deepest mysteries of life and the universe. But Aristotle also believed that the soul was not just a passive recipient of knowledge, it was an active force in shaping human life. Through the rational soul, humans could make choices, could act in accordance with reason and virtue. It was through the rational soul that humans could achieve eudaimonia, or true happiness, by living a life of balance and wisdom. For Aristotle, the soul was not just the seat of knowledge, it was the guide to living a good life. And yet, despite his belief in the immortality of the active intellect, Aristotle did not believe that the individual soul survived death in the way that many later philosophers and theologians would argue. For him, the soul and body were so intertwined that when the body died, the individual's unique soul ceased to exist. The active intellect, however, was part of something larger, something eternal. While the individual may not survive, the truths they discovered, the wisdom they attained, lived on. As Aristotle shared these ideas with his students, he would have emphasized the importance of living in harmony with one's soul, of nurturing both the body and the mind, and of seeking out knowledge and virtue in all things. The soul, for Aristotle, was not something to be feared or misunderstood. It was the essence of life, the guide to a life of meaning, purpose, and wisdom. Through his teachings on the soul, Aristotle gave the world a framework for understanding human nature, one that continues to influence philosophy, psychology, and ethics to this day. His belief in the interconnectedness of body and soul, of reason and emotion, of knowledge and virtue, offers a vision of life that is both grounded in reality and open to the mysteries of existence. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's philosophy of the soul, we are reminded that to be human is to seek wisdom, to strive for balance, and to live in harmony with the deeper truths that shape our world. The soul, for Aristotle, is not just a part of us, it is what makes us who we are. As the sun sets on the vast landscape of Aristotle's thought, we now find ourselves standing at the heart of one of his most enduring contributions to philosophy, ethics. For Aristotle, ethics was not a set of rules imposed from the outside, but a guide to living well, a map for navigating the complexities of human life. He believed that the purpose of life was to achieve eudaimonia, often translated as flourishing or happiness, but it was more than mere pleasure, it was a life lived in accordance with virtue. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students through the tranquil groves of the Lyceum, speaking softly about the nature of the good life. He would explain that every human being seeks happiness, but not all paths lead to true happiness. Some chase wealth, others seek power or fame, but Aristotle believed that none of these pursuits could bring lasting fulfillment. True happiness, he taught, comes from living a life of virtue, a life that balances our desires, emotions, and actions in harmony with reason. At the heart of Aristotle's ethics is the concept of virtue. He believed that virtues are not inherent traits, but habits that must be cultivated through practice and reflection. These virtues are the qualities that allow us to live well, to make good decisions, and to contribute to the well-being of both ourselves and the community. For Aristotle, virtue lies in balance, what he called the golden mean. Virtue is the middle path between two extremes, the balance between excess and deficiency. Take, for example, the virtue of courage. Courage, Aristotle explained, is the balance between recklessness and cowardice. The reckless person rushes into danger without thinking, while the coward avoids any risk at all. But the courageous person finds the middle path. They are willing to face danger when necessary, but with wisdom and careful judgment. Similarly, generosity is the balance between stinginess and extravagance. The generous person gives freely, but without wasting their resources or harming themselves. As Aristotle walked alongside his students, he would have pointed out that finding this balance is not easy. It requires self-awareness, practice, and reflection. Virtue is not something we're born with. It is something we must work at throughout our lives. Each day, in every decision we make, we have the opportunity to cultivate virtue, to grow in wisdom, and to move closer to eudaimonia. But what is the purpose of cultivating virtue? For Aristotle, the answer was clear. Virtue allows us to fulfill our potential as human beings. Just as a plant flourishes when it grows strong and healthy, or an animal thrives when it lives according to its nature, so too do humans flourish when they live in accordance with reason. The rational soul, as Aristotle believed, is what makes us unique among living beings. It is through reason that we can understand the world, make moral decisions, and live in harmony with others. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about the importance of living in harmony with both oneself and the community. He would have emphasized that humans are social creatures by nature. We cannot achieve eudaimonia in isolation. We need others to help us, to challenge us, and to support us. Friendship, Aristotle believed, is one of the greatest goods in life, for it is in friendship that we find both moral support and the opportunity to practice virtue. In his Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle outlined 3 types of friendship. The first is based on utility, where both parties benefit from the relationship in practical ways. The second is based on pleasure, where friends enjoy each other's company or share common interests. But the highest form of friendship, Aristotle taught, is based on virtue. In this type of friendship, both individuals are committed to helping each other grow in virtue and wisdom. These friendships are rare but precious, for they bring not just pleasure or benefit, but a deeper sense of connection and mutual respect. But Aristotle's ethics did not focus solely on the individual. He believed that virtue was essential for the well-being of society as a whole. A just and virtuous society, Aristotle argued, is one where citizens work together for the common good, where laws and institutions promote ethical behavior, and where individuals are given the opportunity to flourish. Politics and ethics, for Aristotle, were deeply intertwined, for a virtuous citizenry is the foundation of a just and stable society. And yet, despite his belief in the power of virtue, Aristotle was a realist. He knew that no one could be perfectly virtuous all the time. We are human, after all, and we are bound to make mistakes. But for Aristotle, the goal was not to achieve perfection, but to strive continuously toward excellence. Virtue, like any skill, is something that grows through practice, through trial and error, through reflection on our successes and failures. Imagine Aristotle's students sitting quietly, listening as he speaks of the importance of moral education. He would have told them that virtue is not something that can be taught through rules alone. It must be lived and experienced. Children must be raised in environments where they can learn good habits, where they can see virtue in action, and where they are encouraged to reflect on their own choices. It is through habit, reflection, and experience that we learn to live well. Aristotle also believed that reason must guide our emotions. He understood that emotions are a natural part of the human experience, but he taught that we must learn to control them rather than be controlled by them. A virtuous person, for Aristotle, is not someone who is free from emotion, but someone who knows how to balance their emotions with reason, acting in a way that is thoughtful and just. In this way, reason becomes the guide that helps us navigate the complexities of life, allowing us to respond to situations with wisdom and clarity. As the day draws to a close, and the light of the setting sun filters through the trees, Aristotle would remind his students that the pursuit of virtue is a lifelong journey. It is not a destination to be reached, but a path to be walked, step by step, day by day. Each decision, each action, is an opportunity to grow in virtue, to live more fully in accordance with reason, and to move closer to the true happiness that comes from living a life of balance and wisdom. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's ethics, we are reminded that the path to virtue is not always easy, but it is always worth walking. Through the cultivation of good habits, the practice of self-reflection, and the guidance of reason, we can strive toward eudaimonia, the flourishing life that Aristotle believed was the highest good for all human beings. As we continue to walk through the groves of Aristotle's wisdom, we come to a concept that stands at the very heart of his ethical and political philosophy: justice. For Aristotle, justice was not just another virtue, it was the most essential virtue, the one that bound all others together and ensured harmony in both the individual and society. In his view, a just society was one where virtue flourished, where each person received what was rightfully theirs, and where the common good was upheld through fair laws and virtuous leadership. Picture Aristotle standing before his students in the Lyceum, his voice calm but firm as he explains the importance of justice. He believed that justice was the cornerstone of a well-ordered society, the principle that ensured that everyone, regardless of status or wealth, was treated with fairness and dignity. But justice, for Aristotle, was more than just following the law. It was about living in harmony with others, about acting in a way that balanced both individual needs and the greater good. Aristotle distinguished between two types of justice: distributive justice and corrective justice. Distributive justice dealt with the fair distribution of goods, honors, and resources in society. Aristotle believed that goods should be distributed proportionally according to a person's merit or contribution to the community. In other words, those who contributed more to society deserved a greater share of its benefits. But this did not mean that wealth or power should be hoarded by a few. Instead, Aristotle argued for a balanced distribution where everyone received what they were due based on their abilities and efforts. Imagine Aristotle pointing to the polis, the city-state, where citizens work together for the common good. In such a society, justice required that each person contribute according to their abilities and receive according to their needs. This balance ensured that no one was left behind, that the strong supported the weak, and that everyone had a role to play in the flourishing of the community. Distributed justice was about equity, not equality, about giving each person what they deserved, not necessarily giving everyone the same. But justice also required correction when wrongs were done, and this is where Aristotle's concept of corrective justice came into play. Corrective justice dealt with the restoration of fairness when harm had been done, whether through theft, injury, or fraud. Aristotle believed that when someone was wronged, justice demanded that the harm be repaired, that the scales of fairness be balanced once again. This was not about revenge, but about restoration, making things right so that harmony could be restored to both individuals and society. Imagine Aristotle discussing a case where one citizen wrongs another, perhaps through an unfair business deal or a violent act. In such cases, corrective justice required that the wrongdoer make amends, that the victim be compensated, and that the balance of fairness be restored. This process of reparation was essential for maintaining trust within the community, for ensuring that wrongs did not spiral into further conflict or resentment. But justice, Aristotle believed, was not only about laws and punishments. It was also about cultivating virtue within individuals. A just person, in Aristotle's view, was someone who acted with integrity, who sought fairness not because they feared punishment, but because they understood the importance of living in harmony with others. Justice, for Aristotle, was a moral quality, a virtue that guided individuals to treat others with respect, fairness, and compassion. Aristotle also recognized that justice was deeply connected to the common good. He believed that a just society was one where all citizens worked together for the benefit of the whole. This meant that individuals had a responsibility not only to themselves but to their community. Justice, in this sense, was about balance, the balance between individual rights and the needs of the community, between personal desires and the common welfare. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students, explaining how justice required both self-control and wisdom. A just person, he would say, is someone who knows how to balance their own needs with the needs of others, who understands that true happiness can only be achieved in a society where fairness and virtue are upheld. Justice, for Aristotle, was not just about following rules, it was about living in a way that contributed to the well-being of all. But Aristotle also understood that justice could not exist without laws. He believed that laws were necessary to guide human behavior, to set standards for what was right and wrong, and to ensure that justice was applied consistently across society. However, he also believed that laws should be guided by reason and virtue. A just law, in Aristotle's view, was one that promoted the common good, that encouraged virtue and discouraged vice. Yet, Aristotle was not blind to the fact that laws could sometimes be unjust. He recognized that even in well-ordered societies, laws could be misused or applied unfairly. In such cases, he believed that it was the duty of the virtuous citizen to challenge unjust laws, to stand up for fairness and truth. Justice, for Aristotle, was not about blind obedience. It was about living in accordance with reason, even when that meant questioning the status quo. As the evening sun cast long shadows across the Lyceum, Aristotle might have reminded his students that justice was not just something to be practiced in courtrooms or politics, it was something to be lived in everyday life. Justice, for Aristotle, was about the small decisions we make every day, how we treat our neighbors, how we conduct our business, how we respond to the needs of others. It was about being fair, honest, and compassionate in all things. Aristotle also believed that justice had a unifying power. A just society, he argued, was one where individuals were bound together by a shared commitment to fairness and the common good. Justice created trust, cooperation, and harmony, the foundations of a stable and flourishing community. Without justice, Aristotle believed, society would descend into chaos as individuals pursued their own interests at the expense of others. But justice was not only about society, it was also about the individual. Aristotle believed that living a just life was essential for achieving eudaimonia, the state of true happiness and fulfillment. A person who lived justly, who treated others fairly and acted with virtue, was someone who could achieve lasting happiness. For Aristotle, justice was not just a social necessity, it was a path to personal flourishing. As the day drew to a close, Aristotle would have reminded his students that justice was a lifelong pursuit, one that required both personal virtue and social responsibility. It was not enough to simply follow the law, one must live justly in all aspects of life, constantly striving to balance the needs of the self with the needs of others, and to contribute to the common good. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's concept of justice, we are reminded that justice is more than a set of rules or laws. It is a way of living, a way of treating others with fairness, compassion, and respect. It is the foundation of a virtuous society, the principle that allows individuals and communities to flourish in harmony. In Aristotle's view, justice is not just an ideal to be strived for, it is the very essence of what it means to live a good life. As we approach the final stages of Aristotle's wisdom, we come to one of the most personal and profound aspects of his philosophy, friendship. For Aristotle, friendship was not just a social convenience or a fleeting pleasure, it was a fundamental part of the good life. True friendship, he believed, was a reflection of virtue, a relationship that helped individuals grow, find meaning, and live well. Friendship was not just a matter of companionship, but a key component of eudaimonia, the flourishing and happiness that Aristotle saw as the goal of human life. Imagine Aristotle sitting with his students in the quiet gardens of the Lyceum, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves overhead. He speaks of friendship, not as something separate from his ethics, but as an essential part of it. For Aristotle, friendship was not merely an emotional connection, it was a moral and intellectual bond that could shape both character and happiness. He believed that no one could achieve eudaimonia alone. Humans are, by nature, social creatures, and the bonds we form with others are critical to our growth and fulfillment. Aristotle identified 3 kinds of friendship, each representing a different level of connection and purpose. The first, and perhaps the most common, is friendship of utility. These are relationships based on mutual benefit, where both parties gain something from the connection. It might be a business partnership, a working relationship, or even an acquaintance where favors are exchanged. While useful, these friendships are often shallow and temporary. They last only as long as both parties find them beneficial, and once the utility fades, so too does the friendship. Imagine a merchant and a craftsman, their friendship based on the exchange of goods and services. They work together, respect each other, and share a common interest, but their connection does not run deep. It is a friendship of convenience, one that serves a practical purpose but lacks the deeper emotional and moral bond that defines true friendship. Aristotle believed that while friendships of utility were important in daily life, they were not the kind of friendships that could lead to personal growth or lasting happiness. The second type of friendship Aristotle described is friendship of pleasure. These are friendships based on shared enjoyment, whether in shared hobbies, experiences, or simply in the company of one another. These friendships, like those of utility, can bring great joy and happiness, but they are often fleeting. They last as long as the pleasure endures, but when circumstances change or interests diverge, the friendship may fade. Picture 2 young friends who bond over a shared love of music or sports. They spend time together, laughing and enjoying each other's company, but their connection is built on momentary pleasure, not on deeper values or character. Aristotle believed that while these friendships could be enjoyable, they were not as stable or as lasting as the highest form of friendship, the friendship based on virtue. It is in this third type of friendship, the friendship of virtue, that Aristotle saw the greatest potential for human connection and growth. These are friendships based not on what one can gain or on temporary pleasures, but on a shared commitment to goodness. In a friendship of virtue, both individuals strive to help each other become the best versions of themselves. They are bound not by utility or pleasure, but by mutual respect, admiration, and a shared pursuit of virtue. Imagine Aristotle describing this highest form of friendship, a relationship where 2 people see in each other the potential for greatness and work together to achieve it. In a friendship of virtue, both individuals are committed to each other's moral and intellectual growth. They support each other through life's challenges, offer honest advice, and celebrate each other's successes not out of envy or competition but out of genuine care and respect. For Aristotle, these friendships of virtue were rare, but they were the most valuable. They were built on trust and understanding, and they could endure through time and change because they were based on something deeper than external circumstances. In a friendship of virtue, both individuals wish good for each other for the sake of the other, not for personal gain. It was a relationship that went beyond the self and embraced the well-being of the other as a shared goal. As Aristotle spoke to his students, he might have reminded them that these friendships required time, effort, and self-awareness. A friendship of virtue did not happen overnight. It grew slowly, nurtured by mutual respect and a shared dedication to living a good life. These friendships required both individuals to be virtuous themselves, for only a person who had developed their own moral character could fully appreciate and nurture the virtue in another. But Aristotle also recognized that friendship was not just about personal growth, it was also about companionship and support. He believed that a true friend was someone who could share in both the joys and the sorrows of life. A friend of virtue was someone who stood by you in times of trouble, who shared in your struggles and offered a steady hand when you needed it most. Friendship, in this sense, was not just a moral bond but an emotional one as well. It was through friendship that people found comfort, understanding, and belonging. Yet, Aristotle was also practical in his understanding of friendship. He knew that not every friendship could be a friendship of virtue, and that friendships of utility and pleasure had their place in life. These friendships, while less stable, could still bring happiness and support in their own way. Aristotle did not dismiss these friendships. Instead, he placed them within a broader understanding of human relationships. While friendships of virtue were the highest form, all friendships played a role in the fabric of human life. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students, explaining that a life without friendship was incomplete. No matter how virtuous or wise a person might be, without the bonds of friendship, they could never fully achieve eudaimonia. Friendship, for Aristotle, was not just a part of the good life, it was essential to it. It was through friendship that individuals could practice virtue, share in the joys of life, and find meaning in their connections with others. But Aristotle also believed that friendship required reciprocity. A true friendship was one where both individuals contributed equally, where there was a balance between giving and receiving. He warned against friendships that were one-sided or based on unequal power dynamics, as these relationships could lead to resentment and imbalance. A friendship of virtue was one where both parties respected each other as equals, where there was mutual care and consideration. As the day began to fade and the sun set over the Lyceum, Aristotle would have reminded his students that friendship, like virtue, was a lifelong journey. It was something to be cultivated with care and patience, something that required effort and reflection. But the rewards of true friendship, Aristotle believed, were worth the effort. For in friendship, we find not only happiness but a mirror of our own virtues, a partner in the pursuit of the good life, and a companion to share in the joys and sorrows of existence. Through his teachings on friendship, Aristotle left a lasting legacy that continues to resonate through the ages. His belief in the importance of friendship, in its role in shaping both individuals and societies, reminds us that the bonds we form with others are essential to our growth, our happiness, and our flourishing as human beings. As we step into a new chapter of Aristotle's legacy, we enter the world of science, a realm where observation, logic, and reason guide the pursuit of knowledge. For Aristotle, understanding the natural world was not a matter of speculation or myth. It was a process grounded in experience and systematic inquiry. He believed that to truly understand the world around us, we must first observe it carefully, then analyze it with the power of reason. In this way, Aristotle laid the foundations for what would later become the scientific method. Imagine Aristotle walking through the lush gardens of the Lyceum, his eyes keenly observing the plants and animals around him. He believed that the key to understanding the world lay in careful, systematic observation. For Aristotle, knowledge began with the senses, the things we can see, hear, touch, and experience directly. But observation alone was not enough. Once we had gathered information through our senses, we had to apply reason to make sense of it, to find patterns, and to uncover the deeper truths that govern the natural world. At the heart of Aristotle's scientific method was the belief that everything in nature had a purpose. This idea, known as teleology, guided much of his thinking about the natural world. Aristotle believed that every living thing, every object, every process had a final cause, a reason for being. He explained that nothing in nature was random or without purpose. From the way birds fly to the way plants grow, everything had a goal or reason for existing and behaving the way it did. Imagine Aristotle kneeling by a stream, studying the movements of the fish, the way they swam against the current. He might ask his students, why do the fish move in this way? What purpose does it serve? For Aristotle, understanding the natural world meant asking questions not just about how things worked, but why they worked that way. This search for purpose, for the final cause of things, was central to Aristotle's scientific investigations. Aristotle divided the causes of things into 4 categories: the material cause, the formal cause, the efficient cause, and the final cause. The material cause referred to the substance out of which something was made, such as wood for a chair or flesh and bones for a living being. The formal cause referred to the shape or structure that gave something its form, like the design of the chair or the blueprint of a living organism. The efficient cause was the force or agent that brought something into being, such as a carpenter who builds the chair or a parent who brings a child into the world. But for Aristotle, the most important cause was the final cause, the purpose or goal for which something existed. For example, when studying a plant, Aristotle might consider its material cause, the soil and nutrients it draws from; its formal cause, its structure as a plant with roots, stems, and leaves; its efficient cause, the sunlight and water that help it grow; and finally, its final cause, the purpose of the plant, which might be to produce fruit or seeds for reproduction. By understanding all 4 causes, Aristotle believed one could truly understand the nature of the thing in question. But Aristotle's scientific method did not stop with observation and classification. He was also deeply interested in the processes of change and motion. He sought to understand not only the structure of things, but how they came into being, how they grew, evolved, and ultimately decayed. In his work Physics, Aristotle explored the principles that govern change in the natural world, from the motion of planets to the growth of living organisms. For Aristotle, change was a fundamental part of nature, and he sought to explain it through his theory of potentiality and actuality. He believed that everything in the natural world existed in a state of potential, with the capacity to become something else. A seed, for example, had the potential to become a tree, but it was only through the process of growth and development that it could actualize that potential. Aristotle taught that change was the process by which something moved from potentiality to actuality, from what it could be to what it was destined to become. Imagine Aristotle pointing to an acorn, explaining to his students that while it was only a small seed now, it had the potential to grow into a towering oak tree. The tree already existed within the acorn, but it had yet to reach its full potential. This idea of potentiality and actuality helped Aristotle explain everything from the growth of living beings to the movement of the stars. He believed that the entire universe was in a constant state of motion, with everything striving to reach its final form. But Aristotle's curiosity extended far beyond the living world. He was also fascinated by the heavens, by the stars and planets that moved across the night sky. In his work on the heavens, Aristotle sought to explain the nature of the cosmos, the movements of celestial bodies, and the structure of the universe itself. He believed that the Earth was at the center of the universe, surrounded by concentric spheres on which the stars and planets moved. While his geocentric model would later be replaced by more accurate understandings of the cosmos, Aristotle's approach to studying the heavens was revolutionary for his time. For Aristotle, the cosmos was not a chaotic or random place, it was governed by order and reason. He believed that everything in the universe had a place and a purpose, and that by studying the natural world, humans could uncover the laws that govern both the earth and the heavens. Aristotle's view of the universe was deeply connected to his belief in teleology. He saw the cosmos as a grand, interconnected system where everything had a role to play, where every motion and every change had a reason and a goal. Imagine Aristotle gazing up at the stars, explaining to his students that the movements of the planets were not arbitrary, but part of a larger, divine order. He believed that the universe was eternal and unchanging in its most fundamental aspects, governed by immutable laws that could be understood through observation and reason. This belief in the rational and purposeful nature of the universe would go on to influence scientific thinking for centuries to come. But perhaps one of Aristotle's greatest contributions to science was his belief in the importance of empirical observation. He taught his students to study the natural world not through speculation or mystical thinking, but through direct experience. Aristotle's emphasis on observation, classification, and logical reasoning laid the groundwork for what would later become the scientific method, a method that continues to guide scientific inquiry to this day. As Aristotle's students gathered around him, he would remind them that knowledge was not something to be found in books alone, it had to be discovered through engagement with the world. The pursuit of knowledge, for Aristotle, was a lifelong journey, one that required curiosity, discipline, and a deep love for the natural world. He believed that by observing the world carefully and thinking about it critically, humans could uncover the truths that govern everything from the smallest plant to the vastness of the cosmos. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's contributions to science, we see that his approach was not just about gathering facts, it was about seeking understanding. Through his emphasis on observation, reason, and the search for purpose, Aristotle laid the foundations for a way of thinking that would shape the future of science, philosophy, and human inquiry for centuries to come. As we continue our journey through Aristotle's exploration of the natural world, we turn our focus to one of his greatest passions, the study of life. Aristotle was a pioneer in biology, and his observations of plants, animals, and the natural environment laid the foundation for many aspects of the biological sciences. He believed that to understand life, one must begin by observing it in its many forms, studying the behaviors, structures, and relationships that define the living world. Picture Aristotle walking along the shorelines of the Aegean Sea, his eyes keenly observing the creatures that lived in the shallow waters, fish, crabs, and shellfish, each offering its own lesson in the intricacies of life. Aristotle was fascinated by the diversity of life, by the incredible variety of forms that nature had produced. He saw life as a grand tapestry, each organism contributing to the overall harmony of the natural world. His approach to biology was grounded in observation and classification, and he believed that by studying the natural world carefully, we could uncover the patterns and principles that govern all living things. For Aristotle, the study of biology began with taxonomy, the classification of living organisms. He sought to organize the living world into categories based on shared characteristics, and he developed one of the earliest systems of biological classification. In his works, such as History of Animals and Parts of Animals, Aristotle described and classified hundreds of different species, grouping them according to their similarities in structure, function, and habitat. He divided animals into two broad categories, those with blood, which roughly correspond to what we now call vertebrates, and those without blood, which we now understand to be invertebrates. Imagine Aristotle, surrounded by his students, pointing out the differences between animals with and without backbones, explaining how these distinctions were not just superficial but indicative of deeper biological structures. He believed that by studying these differences, we could understand the functions of each organism and the role it played in the larger ecosystem. His work on classification was not just an exercise in organizing knowledge, it was a way of discovering the order that underlies the apparent chaos of the natural world. But Aristotle's contributions to biology went far beyond classification. He was also deeply interested in the anatomy and physiology of living organisms. Through careful dissection and observation, Aristotle studied the internal structures of animals, comparing the organs and systems of different species to understand how they functioned. He believed that every part of an organism had a purpose, that each organ served a specific function that contributed to the overall survival and health of the organism. Take, for example, his study of the heart. Aristotle believed that the heart was the center of the body, the source of life and motion. While his understanding of the heart's function was not entirely accurate by modern standards, his approach was revolutionary for his time. He saw the heart as more than just a physical organ, it was a symbol of the vital force that animated all living things. Through his observations, Aristotle sought to uncover the causes of life, the principles that govern growth, reproduction, and the processes of birth and death. Aristotle's interest in reproduction was another area where his biological studies flourished. He was fascinated by the ways in which animals and plants reproduced, and he sought to understand the mysteries of generation. In his work Generation of Animals, Aristotle explored how living organisms came into being, how they developed, and how they passed on their traits to the next generation. He believed that reproduction was the key to the continuity of life, the process by which nature ensured the survival of species. Imagine Aristotle standing by a grove of olive trees, explaining to his students how plants reproduce through seeds, how the growth cycle of plants mirrored the cycles of the natural world. He might have pointed to the different stages of development in animals, from the fertilization of the egg to the birth of a fully formed creature, emphasizing how each stage was part of a larger, purposeful process. For Aristotle, reproduction was not just a biological function, it was a reflection of the order and purpose that governed all of nature. Aristotle also paid close attention to the behavior of animals. He was one of the first to study ethology, the science of animal behavior, and he observed how different species interacted with their environment, how they hunted, mated, and cared for their young. Through these observations, Aristotle developed an understanding of the instincts that drove animal behavior, recognizing that each species had its own unique ways of surviving and thriving in the natural world. Imagine Aristotle watching a bird build its nest, noting how the bird carefully selected materials and constructed a safe place for its eggs. He might have explained to his students that this behavior was not random but part of the bird's innate knowledge, its natural instinct for survival. For Aristotle, the study of animal behavior was a way of understanding how nature's design worked, how each creature played its part in the grand cycle of life. But Aristotle's greatest contribution to biology was perhaps his emphasis on empirical observation, the idea that knowledge of the natural world must be grounded in direct experience. He believed that one could not truly understand life by relying on abstract theories or myths. Instead, one had to observe life in its natural habitat, to see with one's own eyes how living organisms behaved, grew, and interacted with their surroundings. This approach, rooted in empiricism, was revolutionary for its time and laid the foundation for the future development of biology. Aristotle's emphasis on observation and classification would influence later scientists such as Carl Linnaeus and Charles Darwin, who built upon his work to create more refined systems of taxonomy and evolutionary theory. Aristotle's belief that life could be understood through careful study and logical reasoning was a key stepping stone in the development of the scientific method. Imagine Aristotle, at the end of a long day of study, sitting with his students and reflecting on the vast diversity of life they had observed together. He would have reminded them that the study of life was not just about understanding individual organisms, it was about uncovering the patterns that linked all living things, the laws of nature that governed everything from the smallest insect to the largest tree. Through his work in biology, Aristotle sought to understand the unity of life, the ways in which all living things were connected through the same fundamental principles. And yet, despite his groundbreaking work, Aristotle remained humble in the face of nature's complexity. He acknowledged that there was much he did not yet know, that the mysteries of life were vast and sometimes elusive. But for Aristotle, this was not a cause for frustration, it was an invitation to keep asking questions, to continue exploring the natural world with curiosity and wonder. Through his contributions to biology, Aristotle left a lasting legacy that continues to shape the way we think about life today. His belief in the power of observation, his commitment to understanding the purpose and function of living organisms, and his insistence on grounding knowledge in experience laid the foundation for modern biology. His work reminds us that the study of life is not just about gathering facts, it is about seeking wisdom, about understanding the deeper connections that link all living things in the great web of existence. As we delve deeper into Aristotle's vast intellectual legacy, we come to a realm that stretches beyond the physical and observable world, the realm of metaphysics. For Aristotle, metaphysics was the study of being and existence, the search for the fundamental principles that underlie all reality. It was the pursuit of answers to the most profound questions. What is the nature of reality? What does it mean to exist? What are the causes and principles of all things? In his seminal work, Metaphysics, Aristotle sought to uncover the ultimate truths that govern not just the natural world, but the very fabric of existence itself. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students under the shade of an olive tree, the warm Athenian sun casting dappled light through the leaves. His gaze is steady, his voice thoughtful as he speaks of concepts that reach far beyond the material world, the world we can see, touch, and experience. For Aristotle, metaphysics was the study of the first causes and principles of being. It was about understanding not just how things exist, but why they exist at all. At the heart of Aristotle's metaphysics is the concept of substance, ousia in Greek, which he believed was the fundamental building block of reality. Substance, in Aristotle's view, was the essence of a thing, that which made it what it is. Every object, every living being, every entity had a substance that defined its nature. This substance was not just its physical form, but its underlying essence, its purpose, and its potential. Aristotle divided reality into two categories, substances and accidents. Substances were the core of existence, the essential being of a thing, such as the essence of a tree, a person, or a stone. Accidents, on the other hand, were the qualities or attributes that could change without altering the substance itself. For example, a tree's height, color, or the shape of its leaves might change over time, but its essence, its substance as a tree, remained the same. This distinction between substance and accident was central to Aristotle's understanding of the world, allowing him to explain how things could change while still remaining fundamentally themselves. But Aristotle's inquiry did not stop with the nature of substance. He sought to understand the causes of all things, the reasons why things existed and why they behaved the way they did. In his famous doctrine of the four causes, Aristotle outlined 4 types of causes that could explain any phenomenon in the world. These were the material cause, what something is made of; the formal cause, the shape or structure that defines it; the efficient cause, the agent or force that brings it into being; and the final cause, the purpose or goal for which it exists. Imagine Aristotle explaining the 4 causes to his students, perhaps using the example of a statue. The material cause of the statue is the stone or bronze from which it is carved. The formal cause is the shape of the figure, the design that gives it its form. The efficient cause is the sculptor, the person who shapes the material into a work of art. And the final cause is the reason the statue exists, perhaps to honor a god, to celebrate a hero, or to inspire awe in those who see it. Through these 4 causes, Aristotle believed, one could fully understand the essence and purpose of any object or being in the world. But Aristotle's metaphysics reached even deeper into the very nature of existence itself. He believed that all things in the universe were in a constant state of becoming, moving from potentiality to actuality. This concept of potentiality and actuality was central to Aristotle's understanding of change. Everything in the world, he believed, had the potential to become something more, to grow, evolve, and fulfill its purpose. But it was only through the process of change that this potential could be actualized, that it could become real. For example, an acorn has the potential to become an oak tree, but it only becomes an actual tree through the process of growth. In the same way, a child has the potential to become an adult, but this potential can only be realized over time through development and experience. Aristotle saw the entire universe as a vast web of potentialities, all striving to reach their final form, to become what they were meant to be. Imagine Aristotle standing by a tree, explaining to his students that everything in the universe is in motion, everything is becoming something else. He would have told them that the universe itself was not static but dynamic, constantly unfolding, constantly moving from potentiality to actuality. This process of change, of becoming, was not random or chaotic. It was governed by the principles of nature and the laws of reason. But perhaps the most profound concept in Aristotle's metaphysics was the idea of the unmoved mover. Aristotle believed that there must be something at the root of all motion and change, something that caused everything else to move but was itself unmoved. This unmoved mover, Aristotle argued, was the first cause of everything in the universe, the source of all motion and existence. It was not a being in the traditional sense, but a pure, eternal, and unchanging reality that set the universe in motion. Imagine Aristotle gazing up at the stars, reflecting on the vastness of the cosmos. He believed that the unmoved mover was not only the cause of all motion but also the ultimate purpose of the universe. Everything in existence, he taught, was drawn toward the unmoved mover, striving to fulfill its potential and reach its final form. The unmoved mover was the ultimate source of order and purpose in the universe, the reason why everything existed and why everything moved. For Aristotle, metaphysics was not just a speculative exercise, it was a way of understanding the deepest truths of existence. Through his study of being, substance, causality, and the unmoved mover, he sought to uncover the fundamental principles that govern the universe. He believed that by understanding these principles, we could come to a deeper understanding of ourselves, our place in the world, and the purpose of our existence. Imagine Aristotle reminding his students that the pursuit of metaphysical knowledge was not easy. It required patience, curiosity, and a willingness to grapple with the most difficult questions. But for those who were willing to embark on this journey, the rewards were immense. Metaphysics, Aristotle believed, offered a glimpse into the ultimate reality, a way of seeing beyond the surface of things and into the deeper patterns that shaped all of existence. Through his work in metaphysics, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to shape the way we think about reality, existence, and the nature of the universe. His search for the first causes and principles of being laid the foundation for centuries of philosophical inquiry, influencing everyone from medieval theologians to modern scientists. Aristotle's belief in the power of reason, in the importance of understanding the causes of things, and in the existence of an ultimate reality continues to resonate in our quest to understand the world and our place in it. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's metaphysics, we are reminded that the search for truth is not just about answering questions, it is about asking the right questions, about seeking wisdom in the deepest mysteries of existence, and about understanding the principles that guide the universe and shape our lives. As we move into the realm of Aristotle's political thought, we step into the world of the polis, the city-state, which for Aristotle represented the highest form of human community. Aristotle believed that humans were by nature political animals, designed to live together in organized societies. For him, politics was not just about power or governance, it was about creating the conditions for individuals to flourish and for society to achieve the common good. Imagine Aristotle walking through the bustling streets of Athens, the heart of the ancient world's intellectual and political life. Around him, citizens debate in the agora, ideas flow freely, and decisions about the future of the city are made. Aristotle saw the polis as more than just a collection of individuals, it was a living organism where every citizen had a role to play in the well-being of the whole. Politics, in his view, was not just a tool for maintaining order, it was a means for achieving virtue and justice within the community. At the heart of Aristotle's political philosophy was his belief in the importance of virtue. He argued that the purpose of politics was not simply to manage the affairs of the state, but to create an environment in which citizens could develop moral excellence. The state, he believed, existed to help people live good lives, to cultivate virtues such as justice, courage, and wisdom. For Aristotle, a well-ordered state was one that promoted the flourishing of its citizens by encouraging them to live according to reason and virtue. Imagine Aristotle explaining to his students that a good political system must be designed to support the moral development of its citizens. He would have emphasized that laws, institutions, and leaders should all work together to create a society where people are encouraged to act justly and live virtuously. In this way, politics was not just a means to maintain peace or protect property, it was a tool for creating the conditions for eudaimonia, the state of human flourishing that Aristotle saw as the highest good. Aristotle believed that the ideal state should be ruled by those who were most capable of leading with wisdom and virtue. He called this form of government aristocracy, which literally means ruled by the best. But for Aristotle, the best did not refer to those with wealth or power, it referred to those who had developed their character through the practice of virtue. He believed that the best rulers were those who had the moral and intellectual qualities needed to guide the state toward the common good. However, Aristotle was also a realist. He recognized that not all societies could be governed by the best and most virtuous citizens, and so he outlined other forms of government, some of which he saw as less ideal but still functional. He identified monarchy, aristocracy, and polity as the three good forms of government, each with its own strengths depending on the circumstances of the state. In contrast, he identified tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy as their corrupt counterparts. Monarchy, for Aristotle, was ruled by one virtuous individual, while aristocracy was ruled by a small group of virtuous leaders. Polity, which Aristotle favored as the most realistic form of government, was a mixed system that balanced the interests of the many and the few, allowing for the participation of the middle class in governance. He believed that a strong middle class was essential for maintaining stability and preventing the excesses of both the rich and the poor from dominating the political system. Imagine Aristotle standing in the agora, watching the debates between wealthy landowners and ordinary citizens. He believed that the middle class was the key to a stable and just society. The middle class, in his view, had the most to gain from a well-ordered state and the most to lose from instability. They were neither so wealthy that they became corrupt and greedy, nor so poor that they became desperate and dangerous. For Aristotle, the middle class represented the balance that was necessary to keep the state functioning smoothly. But Aristotle's political philosophy went beyond just the mechanics of government. He believed that the character of the citizens themselves was just as important as the structure of the state. A just and virtuous society, he argued, could only exist if its citizens were also just and virtuous. This meant that education played a crucial role in politics. Aristotle believed that the state had a responsibility to educate its citizens not only in practical matters but also in moral and civic virtue. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about the importance of educating young people to become good citizens. He would have argued that education was not just about preparing individuals for a trade or profession, it was about shaping their character, teaching them how to live virtuously, and preparing them to contribute to the common good. For Aristotle, education was the foundation of a strong and just society, for only through education could citizens learn the habits of virtue and develop the wisdom needed to make good decisions. Aristotle also recognized the importance of justice in the political system. He believed that justice was the highest virtue in political life, for it ensured that everyone in society received what was fair and deserved. For Aristotle, justice was about more than just following the law, it was about achieving equity and ensuring that the common good was upheld. He distinguished between distributive justice, which involved the fair distribution of goods and resources based on merit, and corrective justice, which focused on restoring fairness when wrongs had been committed. Imagine Aristotle standing in the Athenian courts, observing how justice was administered. He would have taught his students that justice was not a matter of personal preference or emotion, it was a matter of reason and fairness. He believed that the law should be applied impartially, without favoritism, and that the goal of justice was to maintain harmony within the state. For Aristotle, justice was the glue that held society together, the principle that ensured that individuals could live in peace and cooperation. But while Aristotle had a clear vision of the ideal state, he also recognized that political systems were often far from perfect. He acknowledged that corruption, power struggles, and inequality could undermine even the best political arrangements. However, Aristotle did not see these challenges as insurmountable. He believed that through reason, virtue, and education, citizens and leaders could work together to create a more just and flourishing society. As the sun set over the city of Athens, casting long shadows across the marble streets, Aristotle would have reminded his students that the pursuit of the ideal state was a lifelong endeavor. It required wisdom, patience, and a deep commitment to the common good. Politics, for Aristotle, was not just about power or control, it was about creating a society where all citizens could live well, where virtue was nurtured, and where justice reigned. Through his political philosophy, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to shape how we think about governance, citizenship, and the role of virtue in public life. His belief in the importance of community, justice, and education remains relevant today as we continue to grapple with the challenges of creating fair and flourishing societies. For Aristotle, the ideal state was not just a dream, it was a goal to be worked toward with reason, virtue, and a shared commitment to the common good. As we continue our journey through Aristotle's political philosophy, we come to one of the most practical and enduring aspects of his thought, his analysis of forms of government. Aristotle was not content to simply theorize about the ideal state. He also sought to understand the real-world governments that existed in his time, analyzing their strengths, weaknesses, and potential for corruption. For Aristotle, the structure of government was not just a matter of political organization, it was a reflection of the virtue or vice of the leaders and citizens who made it up. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students, a scroll in hand, outlining the different types of government he observed in the Greek city-states. He did not see all forms of government as equal. Some, he believed, were naturally better suited to achieving the common good, while others were prone to corruption and injustice. But Aristotle also recognized that each form of government had the potential to serve its people well if it was guided by virtue. Aristotle divided governments into three main types based on who held power: monarchy, aristocracy, and polity. Each of these, he argued, could be a good form of government if it aimed at the common good. But Aristotle also identified corrupt versions of these governments: tyranny, oligarchy, and democracy, or what he often referred to as mob rule, which arose when rulers pursued their own interests instead of the well-being of the people. Monarchy and tyranny, the rule of one. Monarchy, for Aristotle, was the rule of one virtuous leader, a king or queen who governed with wisdom and justice for the benefit of all. In an ideal monarchy, the ruler would act as a shepherd, guiding the people with fairness and protecting the state from harm. Aristotle saw monarchy as potentially the best form of government because it allowed a single, highly virtuous person to lead with clarity and decisiveness. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about a wise and just king, one who rules with compassion, intelligence, and a deep sense of responsibility toward his people. This king's decisions would be based on reason and virtue, not on personal gain. In such a system, the king's role is to ensure that the people can live harmoniously and prosperously with laws that promote justice and peace. However, Aristotle also knew that monarchy could easily become tyranny if the ruler sought power for his own benefit. A tyrant, Aristotle taught, was someone who used his position to dominate and exploit the people, placing his own desires above the common good. Where the virtuous king ruled with wisdom, the tyrant ruled with fear and force, often oppressing the citizens and governing with cruelty. For Aristotle, tyranny was the worst form of government because it was the most selfish and destructive. Imagine Aristotle describing the downfall of a once great kingdom where a tyrant's greed and arrogance led to the suffering of the people. The tyrant, unlike the virtuous king, cared only for power, and his rule was marked by injustice and oppression. Aristotle would have warned his students that without virtue, even the most powerful leader could become a force of chaos and destruction. Aristocracy and oligarchy, the rule of the few. Next, Aristotle turned to aristocracy, the rule of a small group of virtuous citizens. In an aristocracy, the leaders were chosen for their wisdom, experience, and moral character. Like monarchy, aristocracy aimed at the common good, with the leaders acting as guardians of the state, making decisions that promoted justice and harmony. For Aristotle, aristocracy could be a highly effective form of government if the ruling class truly embodied the virtues necessary for good leadership. Imagine Aristotle pointing to a group of wise elders or respected philosophers who had been entrusted with the governance of the state. These leaders, like the virtuous king, would put the needs of the people first, using their knowledge and experience to guide the state toward peace and prosperity. In an aristocracy, the rulers were not motivated by personal ambition or greed. They sought to serve the common good with integrity and honor. But, as with monarchy, aristocracy had its corrupted form, oligarchy, the rule of the wealthy few. In an oligarchy, power was concentrated in the hands of those with wealth, and decisions were made not for the benefit of the people, but for the financial gain of the rulers. Oligarchs often oppressed the lower classes, using their wealth and influence to maintain power and exploit the state's resources. Aristotle believed that oligarchy was prone to injustice, as it placed the interests of the rich above the well-being of society as a whole. Imagine Aristotle warning his students about the dangers of greed and self-interest in politics. In an oligarchy, the wealthy few often used their position to hoard resources and oppress the poor, creating a society marked by inequality and discontent. Where aristocracy sought the common good, oligarchy was concerned only with the accumulation of wealth, leading to division and instability. Polity and democracy, the rule of the many. Finally, Aristotle described polity, the rule of the many, as the most practical and realistic form of government. In a polity, the power was shared between the rich and the poor, with both groups working together for the common good. Polity was a mixed form of government, combining elements of democracy and oligarchy to create a balanced system. Aristotle saw polity as a stable and just form of government because it relied on the participation of the middle class, which he believed was the key to political stability. Imagine Aristotle explaining how polity worked. The citizens, both rich and poor, shared in the governance of the state, with laws that reflected the interests of all. The middle class, in Aristotle's view, was essential to the success of a polity because they were neither too wealthy nor too poor. They had a vested interest in maintaining stability and ensuring that the state functioned fairly. In a polity, the government aimed at moderation and balance, avoiding the extremes of both oligarchy and democracy. However, Aristotle also recognized the dangers of democracy, which he viewed as a corrupted form of polity. In a democracy, the power was held by the majority, but Aristotle warned that without virtue and wisdom, democracy could easily descend into mob rule. He believed that when the majority ruled without regard for the common good, the result was often chaos and injustice, as decisions were driven by emotion rather than reason. Imagine Aristotle cautioning his students about the pitfalls of democracy, where the passions of the crowd could lead to rash decisions, factionalism, and instability. In a democracy gone awry, the majority might oppress the minority, laws might be passed in haste without proper deliberation, and the pursuit of the common good could be replaced by the pursuit of self-interest. For Aristotle, democracy, when unchecked by virtue and reason, could lead to the collapse of the state. The importance of balance and virtue. Through his analysis of these forms of government, Aristotle emphasized the importance of balance and moderation in political life. He believed that no single form of government was perfect in all circumstances, and that the success of any system depended on the virtue of its leaders and citizens. A monarchy could be just as virtuous as a democracy, as long as it was guided by the common good and supported by wise and moral leaders. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students, encouraging them to strive for balance in their political lives, to seek wisdom in leadership and virtue in governance. He would have reminded them that a good political system was one where power was used to uplift the people where laws promoted justice and equity, and where the leaders acted with integrity and compassion. For Aristotle, politics was not just about power, it was about creating a society where all citizens could flourish, where virtue was cultivated, and where the common good was upheld. His analysis of government forms continues to resonate today, reminding us that the success of any political system depends not just on its structure, but on the character of those who lead it and the wisdom of those who participate in it. As we continue to explore Aristotle's political philosophy, we arrive at one of the most important aspects of his thought, the concept of citizenship. For Aristotle, the state existed not merely to provide protection or maintain order, but to create the conditions for its citizens to live virtuously and to flourish. Citizenship, in Aristotle's view, was not a passive role, but an active and engaged responsibility that required both participation and commitment to the common good. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students under the shade of olive trees, explaining that to be a citizen was not just to live within the boundaries of a city-state, but to be actively involved in its governance and well-being. Citizenship, for Aristotle, was a form of moral education, a way for individuals to develop their virtues and contribute to the good of the community. A state, in Aristotle's view, was only as virtuous as its citizens, and therefore, the cultivation of good citizenship was essential for a flourishing society. Aristotle believed that the ideal citizen was one who not only understood the laws and customs of the state, but also sought to improve them through thoughtful participation. He saw politics as an opportunity for citizens to practice virtue and engage in the pursuit of justice. To be a citizen, in Aristotle's eyes, was to play an active role in shaping the moral character of the state, ensuring that the community as a whole worked toward the common good. Imagine Aristotle describing a virtuous citizen as someone who puts the needs of the community above their own personal interests, who seeks harmony within society, and who works to uphold justice. This citizen participates in political life not for personal gain or ambition, but out of a desire to contribute to the well-being of all. Aristotle believed that through this kind of active participation, individuals could develop their own virtues and help guide their society toward eudaimonia, the state of flourishing that he saw as the ultimate goal of life. But Aristotle also recognized that not everyone could be a citizen in the full sense of the word. In his time, the concept of citizenship was restricted to a certain class of people, free men, while women, slaves, and foreigners were excluded from political life. Although Aristotle's understanding of citizenship was limited by the norms of his time, his insights into the nature of citizenship continue to resonate today. He believed that citizenship was not just a legal status, but a moral calling, one that required education, engagement, and a commitment to virtue. Aristotle saw the state as a community of citizens working together for the common good. He believed that the state existed for the sake of the good life, and that the role of the citizen was to help create a society where all could flourish. This meant that citizenship was not just about obeying laws or paying taxes, it was about active participation in political life, about contributing to the decisions and policies that shaped the state. For Aristotle, the best citizens were those who took their responsibilities seriously, who understood that the health of the state depended on the virtue of its people. Imagine Aristotle standing before a group of young men, telling them that their education was not just about preparing them for a career or a trade, it was about preparing them for citizenship. He believed that the purpose of education was to cultivate moral and intellectual excellence, to teach individuals how to live well and how to contribute to the common good. In this sense, education and citizenship were deeply intertwined, for only a well-educated citizen could fully participate in the life of the state and work toward its betterment. For Aristotle, the virtues of a good citizen were closely tied to the virtues of a good leader. He believed that those who governed should possess the same moral qualities as those who were governed: justice, temperance, wisdom, and courage. In fact, Aristotle argued that the best rulers were those who had first learned to be good citizens. A ruler, in Aristotle's view, should be someone who had proven their virtue through participation in political life, someone who had demonstrated a commitment to the common good and a deep understanding of justice. Imagine Aristotle explaining to his students that in a well-ordered state, the citizens and the rulers were not separate groups, but part of the same moral community. Those who rule today might be ordinary citizens tomorrow, and vice versa. This fluidity, Aristotle believed, helped to ensure that the state remained just and virtuous, for the rulers were constantly reminded of their responsibility to the people. Citizenship, in this sense, was not just a role, it was a lifelong practice, a continuous engagement with the moral and political life of the state. But Aristotle also knew that citizenship could be undermined by self-interest, factionalism, and corruption. He believed that when citizens became too focused on their own desires, when they sought power for themselves rather than for the common good, the state began to decay. For Aristotle, the health of the state depended on the virtue of its citizens, and a corrupt citizenry could lead to the rise of tyranny or oligarchy. This is why Aristotle placed such a strong emphasis on education and moral development. He believed that only through the cultivation of virtue could citizens protect the state from corruption and ensure its flourishing. Aristotle also recognized the importance of laws in shaping the character of citizens. He believed that laws were not just rules to be followed, they were moral guides that helped to cultivate virtue within the community. A well-ordered state, Aristotle argued, was one where the laws encouraged justice and fairness, where citizens were held to high moral standards, and where the common good was always prioritized. But Aristotle also believed that laws alone were not enough. True virtue had to come from within, from the character and conscience of the individual citizen. Imagine Aristotle telling his students that the laws of a state should be like the guideposts along a path, showing citizens the way but not forcing them to walk it. True virtue, he would say, came from choice, from the decision to act justly and live well, even when no one was watching. In this way, Aristotle saw citizenship as a moral journey where individuals learn to balance their own needs with the needs of the community, where they learn to live in harmony with others and work together for the good of all. Through his teachings on citizenship, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to shape our understanding of political life today. His belief in the importance of virtue, engagement, and moral responsibility reminds us that citizenship is not just a privilege, it is a duty, one that requires active participation and a deep commitment to the common good. For Aristotle, the ideal citizen was not just someone who followed the laws or voted in elections, but someone who worked tirelessly to improve the state and ensure that all members of the community could live well. And so, as we reflect on Aristotle's concept of citizenship, we are reminded that the health of a society depends not just on its leaders, but on the virtue of its citizens. A just and flourishing state is one where individuals take responsibility for their actions, where they engage with the political process, and where they work together to create a society that promotes justice, fairness, and the common good. In Aristotle's view, citizenship is not just about belonging to a state, it is about building the state, one virtuous action at a time. As we move deeper into Aristotle's political thought, we come to one of the most essential pillars of a just and flourishing society: education. For Aristotle, education was not just about the transfer of knowledge, it was about the cultivation of virtue, the development of character, and the preparation of individuals to contribute meaningfully to the life of the state. He believed that the education of citizens was the foundation upon which a good society was built, and without proper education, neither individuals nor the state could achieve their full potential. Imagine Aristotle standing before a group of young students in the Lyceum, his school in Athens. The air is warm, and the students sit attentively, listening as Aristotle speaks about the importance of education in shaping the future of both individuals and society. Aristotle believed that education was the key to living a good life, and he saw it as a lifelong process, one that began in childhood and continued throughout a person's life. For him, the purpose of education was not merely to train people for a profession or teach them practical skills, but to help them become virtuous and wise citizens. At the heart of Aristotle's philosophy of education was the idea that learning should be holistic. He believed that education must address both the mind and the character. It was not enough to teach students facts or academic subjects. They also had to be taught how to live well, how to make good decisions, and how to contribute to the common good. Aristotle's educational philosophy was grounded in the belief that the ultimate goal of education was to help individuals achieve eudaimonia, a state of flourishing happiness that came from living a life of virtue and reason. Imagine Aristotle explaining to his students that the first step in education was the development of good habits. He believed that children, from an early age, should be taught to practice moderation, self-control, and responsibility. These habits, once ingrained, would form the foundation of their character, allowing them to grow into virtuous adults. For Aristotle, education was not just about intellectual growth, it was about moral development. The role of the teacher, he believed, was to guide students toward wisdom and goodness, helping them to cultivate the virtues that would serve them throughout their lives. But Aristotle's philosophy of education was not limited to children. He believed that adults, too, needed continuous moral education. In fact, he saw political participation as a form of education where citizens could learn the virtues of justice, patience, and prudence through their involvement in the governance of the state. For Aristotle, political life was an extension of the classroom, a place where individuals could practice the virtues they had learned and work together to build a better society. Imagine Aristotle walking with his students through the gardens of the Lyceum, explaining how the moral education of individuals was inseparable from the health of the state. He believed that a society could only flourish if its citizens were well educated, not just in the sciences or arts, but in the virtues that made them good citizens. Education, for Aristotle, was not a private matter, it was a public good, something that benefited not only the individual but the whole community. A virtuous citizen, educated in both mind and character, was essential for the success of the state. Aristotle also recognized the importance of physical education in the development of a well-rounded individual. He believed that the body and the mind were deeply connected, and that the health of the body contributed to the health of the soul. Physical education, in Aristotle's view, was not just about strength or athleticism, it was about developing discipline, endurance, and self-control. A strong and healthy body, he believed, was the foundation for a strong and healthy mind. Imagine Aristotle watching his students engage in athletic competitions, encouraging them to see physical education as a path to self-mastery. He believed that just as the mind needed to be trained through reason and study, the body needed to be trained through exercise and discipline. For Aristotle, the balance between physical and intellectual education was essential for achieving a life of balance and moderation, one that led to both personal happiness and the well-being of society. But perhaps the most important aspect of Aristotle's philosophy of education was his belief in the role of education in creating just and virtuous leaders. Aristotle believed that those who ruled should be the most virtuous and wise among the citizens, and that they should be trained from a young age to develop the qualities needed for leadership. He saw education as the key to producing rulers who were not only intelligent, but also morally upright, leaders who would govern with fairness, compassion, and a commitment to the common good. Imagine Aristotle speaking to the future leaders of Athens, telling them that their education was not just for their own benefit, but for the benefit of the entire state. He would have reminded them that the decisions they made as leaders would shape the lives of their fellow citizens, and that they had a responsibility to govern with virtue and wisdom. Aristotle believed that through education, these leaders could be prepared to face the challenges of governance, to navigate the complexities of justice, and to lead their people toward peace and prosperity. Aristotle's belief in the transformative power of education extended to every aspect of society. He believed that education was not just for the elite or for those in power, but for all citizens, as it was the foundation of a just and flourishing state. A well-educated citizenry, Aristotle argued, was essential for maintaining a stable and harmonious society where individuals were capable of making wise decisions, both in their personal lives and in the political sphere. Imagine Aristotle walking through the streets of Athens, observing the various tradespeople, artisans, and merchants going about their daily business. He believed that every citizen, regardless of their profession or social standing, should have access to education because the strength of the state depended on the virtue and wisdom of all its members. For Aristotle, education was the great equalizer, a force that could lift individuals up and help them contribute to the common good. But Aristotle also understood that education was a lifelong process. He believed that true wisdom could not be attained through a single course of study, but through a lifetime of learning, reflection, and practice. Education, in Aristotle's view, was not a destination, it was a journey, one that required constant effort and dedication. For him, the best societies were those that fostered a culture of learning, where citizens were encouraged to continue their education throughout their lives, constantly striving to improve themselves and their communities. As the sun set over the Lyceum, Aristotle might have reminded his students that the pursuit of education was not just about personal achievement, it was about building a better world. Through the cultivation of virtue, wisdom, and knowledge, individuals could not only improve their own lives but contribute to the flourishing of society as a whole. In Aristotle's view, education was the key to both personal happiness and social harmony, the foundation upon which a just and virtuous state could be built. Through his teachings on education, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to influence how we think about learning, citizenship, and the role of education in shaping a better society. His belief in the importance of holistic education, in the need for both intellectual and moral development, and in the transformative power of education to create virtuous leaders and citizens continues to resonate today. For Aristotle, education was not just a path to knowledge, it was a path to virtue, wisdom, and the common good. As we near the final chapters of Aristotle's political philosophy, we arrive at one of the most crucial elements of his thought, justice. For Aristotle, justice was not just one virtue among many, it was the most important virtue in political life, the foundation upon which all other virtues were built, and the guiding principle for a well-ordered society. In Aristotle's view, justice was the key to ensuring that individuals and communities could live in harmony, with each person receiving what was due to them and the state functioning in a way that promoted the common good. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students in the Lyceum, the ancient Athenian sun casting golden light through the columns. His voice, calm but firm, carries the weight of a timeless truth. Justice, he tells them, is the glue that holds society together. Without justice, no society can survive. It is justice that ensures the equitable distribution of goods, the fair treatment of citizens, and the protection of rights. For Aristotle, justice was the highest expression of both virtue and reason, and it was essential for creating a state where all could flourish. Aristotle divided justice into two main types: distributive justice and corrective justice. Distributive justice dealt with the allocation of goods, honors, and resources within society. Aristotle believed that resources should not be distributed equally, but proportionally, based on each person's merit and contribution to the community. In a just society, those who worked harder, contributed more, or held greater responsibilities should receive a larger share of the rewards, while those with lesser roles or contributions should receive less. Imagine Aristotle explaining distributive justice using the metaphor of a harvest. Those who had toiled long and hard in the fields, planting and tending the crops, should receive a greater portion of the harvest than those who had worked only briefly or performed less demanding tasks. But Aristotle would also have reminded his students that distributive justice was not about greed or hoarding wealth. It was about ensuring that everyone received what they deserved based on their role and effort, allowing the whole community to thrive in balance. But justice was not only about distribution, it was also about correction. Corrective justice focused on restoring fairness when wrongs had been committed, whether through theft, fraud, or harm to others. Aristotle believed that when someone suffered an injustice, it was the duty of the state to restore balance and ensure that the wrong was made right. This could involve reparations or punishment, depending on the nature of the wrongdoing. The goal was not to exact revenge, but to restore harmony and fairness within society. Imagine Aristotle standing in the Athenian courts, watching as a case of theft is brought before the judges. He would have explained that corrective justice was about ensuring that the thief made amends to the person they had wronged, restoring what had been taken and making the victim whole again. This process of correction, Aristotle believed, was essential for maintaining trust within the community and ensuring that individuals respected the rights of others. At the heart of Aristotle's concept of justice was the idea of equality, but not equality in the sense of treating everyone exactly the same. Aristotle recognized that people had different abilities, needs, and roles within society, and that true justice required treating people according to their individual circumstances. For example, giving the same amount of food to both a child and an adult would not be just, because their needs are different. Likewise, rewarding two people equally when one had worked harder or contributed more would also be unjust. Imagine Aristotle reminding his students that justice was about fairness, not simply uniformity. He believed that justice required careful consideration of each person's situation, ensuring that everyone received what was appropriate to their role, effort, and contribution. This idea of proportional justice, Aristotle argued, was the key to creating a society where people felt respected and valued for what they brought to the community. But Aristotle also recognized that justice was not only about individuals, it was about the state as a whole. He believed that a just society was one where the laws promoted the common good and where rulers acted with fairness and virtue. For Aristotle, The role of the state was to create the conditions where justice could flourish, where citizens were encouraged to act with integrity and where the laws reflected the values of reason and equity. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about the importance of laws in maintaining justice. He would have explained that laws were the framework through which justice was administered, and that good laws were essential for creating a stable and harmonious society. But Aristotle also believed that laws should not be rigid or inflexible. They should be guided by reason and adapted to the circumstances of the people they served. For him, justice was not about blindly following rules. It was about applying the principles of fairness and virtue in each situation. In his discussions on justice, Aristotle also explored the concept of natural justice, the idea that some principles of justice were universal and unchanging, regardless of the specific laws or customs of a particular state. Natural justice, in Aristotle's view, was based on the inherent dignity of human beings and the principles of reason that govern the universe. These natural laws, he believed, were rooted in the very nature of existence and could be discovered through philosophical inquiry. Imagine Aristotle standing beneath the stars, contemplating the cosmic order that governed the universe. He would have told his students that just as there are natural laws that govern the motion of the planets or the growth of plants, so too are there natural laws that govern human behavior and society. These laws of natural justice, Aristotle believed, transcended the specific laws of any one state, offering a higher standard of fairness that all people could aspire to. Aristotle's belief in natural justice also shaped his views on human rights and the treatment of individuals within society. He believed that certain rights, such as the right to life, the right to property, and the right to fair treatment, were inherent to human beings and could not be violated, even by the state. These natural rights, he argued, were grounded in the principles of reason and justice, and they provided a foundation for creating laws that respected the dignity and worth of every person. But Aristotle also knew that justice could not be achieved by laws and systems alone. It required the active participation of virtuous citizens, individuals who understood the principles of justice and worked to apply them in their daily lives. He believed that justice was a moral virtue, one that could be cultivated through education, reflection, and the practice of fairness in all things. For Aristotle, a just society was one where citizens were committed to doing what was right, even when it was difficult, and where they worked together to ensure that fairness and equity prevailed. As the sun set on another day in the Lyceum, Aristotle would have reminded his students that justice was not just a concept to be studied, it was a way of living. It was something that required constant attention and dedication, both from individuals and from the state. Through the cultivation of justice, Aristotle believed society could achieve harmony and flourishing, creating a world where people were treated with respect, where their rights were protected, and where the common good was always the ultimate goal. Through his teachings on justice, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to shape how we think about fairness, equity, and the role of law in society. His belief in the importance of proportional justice, his insights into the role of corrective justice, and his understanding of the connection between justice and virtue continue to resonate in our efforts to build more just and equitable societies today. For Aristotle, justice was not just a political ideal, it was the cornerstone of a life well lived and a society well ordered. As we continue our exploration of Aristotle's political philosophy, we come to one of the most essential components of his vision for a well-ordered society, the law. For Aristotle, the law was not just a set of rules to be followed, it was the very foundation upon which justice, virtue, and the common good were built. Aristotle believed that laws were necessary to guide human behavior, to promote justice, and to ensure that society functioned in a way that allowed all citizens to flourish. In his view, the law was a reflection of reason and wisdom, a tool for creating a society where fairness and equity prevailed. Imagine Aristotle standing before his students in the quiet gardens of the Lyceum, the leaves rustling in the warm Athenian breeze. He speaks of the importance of laws, explaining that without laws, society would descend into chaos. Laws, he tells his students, are the guardians of justice. They ensure that individuals are treated fairly, that disputes are resolved peacefully, and that the state remains stable and harmonious. For Aristotle, laws were the mechanism through which the principles of justice were applied in the real world, ensuring that society functioned according to reason rather than passion or self-interest. Aristotle believed that good laws were those that promoted the common good and encouraged virtuous behavior among citizens. He argued that laws should be designed not only to prevent wrongdoing, but to cultivate virtue and moral excellence in the people. For Aristotle, the role of the law was not simply to punish those who broke the rules, but to shape the character of citizens, guiding them toward a life of virtue and helping them become better individuals. Imagine Aristotle telling his students that the law was like a teacher, instructing citizens in how to live well and act justly. Just as a teacher guides their students toward wisdom, the law guides citizens toward the good life, a life that balances individual needs with the needs of the community, that promotes harmony and fairness, and that encourages individuals to act with integrity and justice. For Aristotle, the law was not an arbitrary set of rules, but a reflection of the natural order, designed to promote the flourishing of both individuals and society as a whole. But Aristotle also recognized that laws alone were not enough to ensure justice. He believed that laws needed to be flexible and adaptable, allowing for the specific circumstances of each situation. While laws provided a framework for justice, Aristotle understood that every case was unique and that true justice often required interpretation and judgment. He argued that judges and rulers must apply the spirit of the law, the principles of fairness and equity, rather than simply following the letter of the law without considering the broader context. Imagine Aristotle explaining to his students that a law, no matter how well written, could not account for every possible situation. He would have told them that while laws were essential for maintaining order, true justice required wisdom and discernment. A judge, for example, might need to consider the specific circumstances of a case, the intent of the wrongdoer, the impact on the victim, and the needs of the community before deciding on a just outcome. For Aristotle, the application of the law was as important as the law itself, and those who enforced the laws needed to be virtuous and wise. In his discussions on law, Aristotle also explored the concept of natural law, the idea that there are certain principles of justice that are universal and unchanging, regardless of the specific laws of any particular state. Natural law, in Aristotle's view, was grounded in reason and nature, reflecting the inherent order of the universe. He believed that these natural laws could be discovered through philosophical inquiry and that they provided a standard of justice that transcended human-made laws. Imagine Aristotle gazing up at the stars, contemplating the cosmic order that governed the universe. He believed that just as there were natural laws that governed the movement of the planets and the cycles of the seasons, so too were there natural laws that governed human behavior. These laws of natural justice, Aristotle argued, were based on the principles of reason, fairness, and equity, and they provided a higher standard of justice that all human laws should aspire to follow. Aristotle's belief in natural law also shaped his understanding of human rights and the treatment of individuals within society. He believed that certain rights, such as the right to life, the right to property, and the right to fair treatment, were inherent to all human beings and could not be violated, even by the state. These natural rights, Aristotle argued, were grounded in the principles of justice and human dignity, and they provided a foundation for creating laws that respected the worth and autonomy of every individual. But Aristotle also knew that laws could be corrupted, especially when they were created by leaders who lacked virtue. He warned that laws made by unjust rulers, those who sought power for themselves rather than for the common good, could lead to oppression and injustice. For this reason, Aristotle believed that the creation of laws should be guided by reason and wisdom, and that those who made and enforced the laws must be committed to the well-being of the people they served. Imagine Aristotle speaking to his students about the dangers of tyranny and oligarchy, where rulers use the law to oppress and exploit the people rather than promote justice. He would have told them that laws must be created with the common good in mind, and that the health of a society depended on the virtue of its rulers and lawmakers. For Aristotle, a good law was one that was made with justice, fairness, and equity as its guiding principles, one that sought to uplift the community and ensure the flourishing of all its members. But Aristotle also believed that citizens had a responsibility to engage with the law. He argued that a just society could only exist if citizens were actively involved in the political process, helping to create and uphold the laws that govern them. For Aristotle, citizenship was not a passive role, it was an active and engaged responsibility that required individuals to contribute to the life of the state and work toward the common good. Imagine Aristotle encouraging his students to become active citizens, to take part in the creation and enforcement of laws, and to hold their leaders accountable to the principles of justice and virtue. He would have reminded them that the law was not just something to be obeyed, it was something to be shaped by the will and wisdom of the people. In Aristotle's view, a strong and just society was one where citizens and rulers worked together to create a legal system that reflected the highest ideals of justice and fairness. Through his teachings on law, Aristotle left a legacy that continues to influence our understanding of justice, governance, and the role of the law in society. His belief in the importance of laws as the foundation of a just society, his insights into the need for flexibility and interpretation in the application of the law, and his understanding of natural justice and human rights continue to resonate in our efforts to create fair and equitable legal systems today. For Aristotle, the law was not just a tool for maintaining order, it was the framework for creating a society where individuals could live virtuous and flourishing lives. As we reach the final moments of our journey through Aristotle's profound insights into law, justice, and the nature of society, we are reminded of one simple yet powerful truth: the pursuit of virtue is at the heart of a flourishing life. For Aristotle, justice was not just a legal concept or an abstract ideal, it was a way of living, a guiding principle that touched every aspect of human existence. Through justice, we find balance in our personal lives, harmony in our communities, and fairness in our relationships with others. Imagine Aristotle sitting with his students in the fading light of day, the hum of Athens softly in the distance. He speaks of the importance of striving for balance, not just in the laws we follow, but in the choices we make every day. Justice, he tells them, is the highest expression of virtue, the force that brings order to our lives and peace to our hearts. It is through justice that we build stronger societies, where all people are respected and the common good is upheld. Aristotle believed that the pursuit of justice required both wisdom and courage. It required us to act not just for ourselves, but for the well-being of all. For him, justice was not something that could be imposed from above. It had to be cultivated within each of us through reflection, education, and a deep commitment to doing what is right. The law, in Aristotle's view, was a tool for guiding us toward this higher purpose, helping us to live in a way that honors both ourselves and our fellow citizens. As we reflect on Aristotle's legacy, we see that his teachings continue to offer timeless wisdom for today's world. Whether in our personal lives, in our communities, or in the broader society, the pursuit of justice and virtue remains just as relevant now as it was in ancient Athens. Aristotle's belief that we are all responsible for contributing to the common good reminds us that justice is not just a goal to be achieved, but a path to be followed every day. And so, dear whispered ones, as we close this chapter on Aristotle's philosophy, let us carry his teachings forward. Let us strive for justice in all that we do, nurturing virtue in our hearts and promoting harmony in the world around us. The pursuit of the good life is a lifelong journey, one that requires patience, wisdom, and a deep commitment to the well-being of others. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of Aristotle's wisdom. If you've enjoyed this journey, don't forget to follow the channel for more stories that inspire reflection, growth, and relaxation. Until next time, take care of yourselves, and may justice and virtue guide your path.